Where are you? Chandigarh or Mumbai?
Just came back from the airport, Chandigarh.
Oh,
We appreciate Rishikesh. You are so punctual. Yeah.
Your permanent location now
Let's
will
start.
be airports.
We will start.
Always
we
catch
start?
you at
Yesterday it
airports.
was a fantastic meeting. 100 people were there in Chandigarh and Mohali societies jointly we started that Karyashala workshop with Olympic, the
Yeah,
Evolve
yeah.
series. They are doing 120 of them.
Very
So we'll
good.
do it in all the
Very
people.
nice.
Nearly already 4 are over and on 29th 4 more they are doing. So it's going well.
Superb, sir. So I think we'll start. So
Yes.
it's like 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can
Dr.
start.
Charmila ji?
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, extremely privileged to welcome you to this first online certificate course of ICOG for the year. It is apt that it starts in the first month of this year because the month of January is for cancer and the subject chosen aptly is Preventive Oncology for Cervical Cancer Elimination. We wish to welcome Dr. Rishikesh Pai, the President FOGSI, Dr. Madhuri Patel, the Secretary General FOGSI, Dr. Lakshmi Shrikande, the FOGSI ICOG Chairperson, all the esteemed faculty and the delegates to this program. And I would now like to welcome Dr. Priya Ganesh Kumar, the convener of the course, to take over the proceedings along with the co-conveners. Thank you so much for joining.
So welcome everyone. Indeed, on this Republic Day, it's one of the best honor that we are actually celebrating our Republic Day with the Preventive Oncology, with the theme being cervical cancer elimination. And we have been talking about cervical cancer Mukta Bharat. So what more day we can have than this day? So I'm truly privileged, and thank you, Dr. Charmila. Thank you. I sincerely want to thank Dr. Lakshmi Shrikande, Madam, ICOG chairperson, to entrust me the responsibility of convening the 12 hours ICOG FOGSI online certification course, along with my co-conveners, Dr. Bhagya Lakshmi Nayak, Dr. Mala Srivastava, and Dr. Revati Janakiraman. And for this, who else can it be than taking the blessings of our own President FOGSI and our own Secretary General FOGSI. So we are very happy to have with us. I'll just put this in, yeah. So, so these are my co-conveners along with me. Yeah. So now we have with us for this inauguration, Dr. Rishikesh Pai, FOGSI President 2022-23, a dynamic personality, very versatile person, and he is so much popular amongst all the FOGSians. Thank you, sir. And he is the director of Bloom IVF Center 9 all over India. He has held all the posts you can see in FOGSI. Thank you very much, sir, to be with us. In spite of so much of a busy schedule, it is remarkable that you are with us. Then we have with us our own Secretary General FOGSI, who has been a much more of like a so much of a senior. And Madam is my teacher also from Kama Hospital. So it's like such a great feeling though when we have Dr. Madhuri Patel Madam with us. Now she is Secretary General FOGSI. She has also held various posts in FOGSI and has also 50 publications in national, international journals. And also she had been the associate editor of the FOGSI award-winning book of gynecological cancer. So such a good coincidence to be over here, Madam. Thank you very much to join us. We have with us Dr. Lakshmi Shrikande, Madam. She is the chairperson of ICOG, ever smiling, ever dynamic, and she has brought so many courses. Yesterday, I was with her in Guru Mantra series. So, Madam, I don't know how you are bringing so many courses and juggling between one to another and doing a fantastic job. Medical Director of Shrikande Fertility Clinic, Nagpur, Maharashtra. We have with us Dr. Parag Beniwale, who is a Vice Chairperson, ICOG 2021-23. And he's a senior consultant from Pune. Dr. Ashok Kumar, Director, Professor, Head of Department of OBGYN, Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Medical Science, and Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital, New Delhi. He is a Secretary General of Secretary of ICOG. So with this, we have I'll stop my share screen now, and I will request all the dignitaries on the dais, that is Dr. Pai sir, Dr. Madhuri Patel Madam, Dr. Lakshmi Madam, along with Dr. Charmila and all the faculties and the delegates to join for lamp lighting. Jignesh, over to you for lamp lighting, please. Thank you very much. And let me announce this. It's a beautiful figure which has come out. 858 registrations have occurred for this course. So this is showing the importance of preventive oncology. And another coincidence is today is Vasanta Panchami, and Ma Saraswati is being prayed everywhere in the country. So let Ma Saraswati bestow her blessings on all of us. And we like to hear from you, Dr. Pai sir, for this program.
Thank you. Thank you, Priya. Thanks for inviting me here. And I would like to pay my respects to all of you. Dr. Madhuri Patel, our Secretary General, Dr. Lakshmi Shekande, our ICOG Chair, Dr. Ashok, Dr. Parag, and senior people are there. Dr. Usha Sarya, I see in the screen, and also Dr. Alka Pandey, who is one of our vice presidents. There are also Dr. Bhageshri, Mala Srivastava, and Revati Janki Raman, who are your co-conveners, and the series convener is Chamila, and you are the convener for this particular ICOG online course. So ICOG, as you know, is Madhuri will tell you about ICOG. I'll not get into the nitty-gritties of it, but it's an important part of the FOGSI along with the journal. And they are running a lot of active courses like web series. There's the GCPRs that they are doing with the FOGSI. We are doing nearly 30 GCPRs. The work is started now. And this is the first online certification course, which is a 3-day workshop on preventive oncology. And as you rightly said, this is the the next month is the preventive oncology, focuses on cervical cancer. As you know that Federation is doing a lot of activities in this area. We already are we have done a lot of we have had some GCPR is in the pipeline, which was done, and we already are doing a lot of SSP courses, which you are doing. I always keep on, it's a long form of it.
Double S, single N, double P.
SSNNP.
NPP.
NPP course, which you are doing very well. And we have the ongoing course in FOGSI also on colposcopy. And a lot of work is being done in the Northeast at the ground level with different organizations. We also have recommended, FOGSI has had a meeting and recommended to the government about the vaccine being incorporated in the government national vaccination program. And in my year we have started we are planning to, we did the yatra in which we did a camp and covered nearly 4,000 patients. All the 21 societies have done camps, and they have done a lot of visual examination of cervix, pap smears, etc. And we are having a lot of data that is coming out. One of the things that we have observed is that there is hardly any pap smears done by the patient in the past. So we need to, there's a lot of work to be done. And as you know, we have started the Badlav clinics on just 2 days, on 18th of Feb. Many of the clinics from South India have started volunteering already. And next 18, we'll start escalating the clinics. We are planning about 3,000 clinics all over the country, where one of the things that we'll be doing is pap smears, visual examination of cervix, and also HPV testing. So there's a lot of things on the card. And I hope that we can, cancer cervix is a very important, hot, at present, hot topic worldwide. There are two hot topics in the world at present. One is related to the pregnancy-related maternal mortality rate. So the three contributors to that are hemorrhage, sepsis, and hypertension. So PPH is a very hot topic all over the world, both in the various developmental agencies, including the WHO. And the other hot topic is the other contributor of maternal mortality is cervical cancer. So that's also my only request is, when you examine a patient, examine holistically. And one of the campaigns of my this year's Badlav campaign is Ekikaran. So do it together. So not only screen for cervical cancer, but also do breast checkup, also do look for colon cancer, oral cancer, as well as ovarian cancer. So you do it as a holistic checkup rather than a singular one-point checkup. So I would like to thank you and wish you the very best for this 3-day online course. And I wish I can also join in, because it's always very good to learn, and learning is a continuous process. It never stops and it continues. So thanks a lot again, and wish you the happy Republic Day. Today is like independence from cervical cancer. So it's kind of very, coincidental that on the Republic Day, which this is our 74th Republic Day. And as you know, today, a lot of our societies unfurled the flag in the morning. So collectively, we did a lot of things. So collectivism is very important for FOGSI. So it's very important to stay together, and fellowship is also very important. So thank you very much again. I'll not take much of your time and wish you the very best.
Thank you very much,
you
sir.
so much.
Indeed, a great pleasure to have you with us. Can we have hear from Dr. Madhuri Patel, madam, her wishes and blessings?
Priya, thank you very much. Respected our President, Dr. Rishikesh Pai, Madam, my guide and mentor, Madam Usha Saraya. Then we have Dr. Lakshmi, Chairperson ICOG, Dr. Parag, Dr. Ashok, Priya, Charmila, my student. I can see Veena, Bhagyalakshmi, Abharani. I can see Dr. Reena Srivastav, and I can see Alka Pandey. And I cannot see more than this, but all the speakers, very good evening to all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Rishikesh Pai, Lakshmi, Priya, Charmila, Parag, and Ashok Kumar, and entire team for giving me this opportunity. As Dr. Rishikesh has pointed out, that today is a very auspicious day, as Vasant Panchami, as well as the Republic Day, 74th, and we really we should congratulate everybody for our Republic Day. We have got our Constitution was started on the 26th January of 1950. So we are very proud of our country. Now, as far as FOGSI is concerned, we know that our FOGSI is very vibrant, most prestigious, and one of the largest OBGY professional organization of the world, with 266 now member bodies and 39,500 members who are committed to women's health. Last time we have realized that our mission did not include the elimination of cancer. So last managing committee, we have included also one of our mission is elimination of the cervical cancer and preventive oncology. So that is very, very important, and we are moving towards it. And let me say that ICOG is doing Lakshmi has started a very good course on preventive oncology, the cervical cancer elimination. At the same time, Dr. Meg has also started fellowship. So that is also is a good part. And thirdly, from FOGSI end, we are having a training center in colposcopy. Colposcopy really helps us in the pre-cancerous lesion. So that is very important, which is Saranya madam has always said, preventable but not yet prevented. So madam, we are looking forward that we will definitely have that your dream comes true, and our that's what I was there with Kama at madam. Madam is my PG guide, and madam has been conducting since last 45 years this cytology courses with colposcopy. Then every year, there are so many paramedics which madam teaches along with other teachers as well as a colposcopy. So in FOGSI, we have almost 21 now center all over India, and this has been started from 2004, and now we have trained more than 1,400 our members. So the colposcopy is also going to reach to the remotest area where we find that they will also get the benefit. So with this, Lakshmi and all the team, I wish all the best, and first let me congratulate and wishing you all the best, and thank you very much once again for inviting me for this course. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam. And can we hear from Dr. Lakshmi madam now?
Yeah, thank you. Respected teachers, seniors, and dear colleagues, very good evening to one and all. I take this opportunity to welcome our respected FOGSI ICOG President, Dr. Pai, Secretary General, Dr. Madhuri Patel, Mentor, Dr. Usha Saraya Madam, all the conveners, co-conveners, respected speakers, chairpersons, and all dear delegates. I'm so happy to welcome you all for this inaugural 3-day online certificate course of my tenure, and that too in the month of Cervical Cancer Awareness Month. We have started with this inaugural program on preventive oncology. So series convener Dr. Charmila and program convener Priya, along with their co-conveners, they have taken a lot of efforts to get this 3-day 12-hour module to finalize, and they have prepared nice pre-test questions, post-test questions, but don't take it as a test. It is just take it as a self-assessment. And as Dr. Pai and Dr. Madhuri has said, under his Badlao theme, Dr. Pai has already joined hands with WHO call for cervical cancer elimination in a big way. And both Dr. Pai and Dr. Madhuri Patel have already highlighted the work done by FOGSI towards this cervical cancer elimination. And ICOG, being an academic wing of FOGSI, we are happy to contribute to this cause by having this 3-day online course, and we have already crossed more than 900 registrations. So we are very happy to sensitize our members for this cause. And why we are talking so much about cervical cancer elimination? When I was looking at the statistics, Asia contributes to the 58% cases of cervical cancer, and out of that 21% is the contribution of India. And when I was looking at the state-wise statistics, I was surprised that Kerala stood first. We say that it is the most literate state of our country, but Kerala is state-wise, it is first, followed by Haryana, Delhi, and Karnataka. So I know FOGSI, ICOG, we are doing a lot, but still much needs to be done. And this is just our contribution towards the WHO call for cervical cancer elimination. And we at FOGSI ICOG are happy to contribute our bit towards this cause. So without coming in between you and your learning, I welcome you all once again, and I hand over back to Priya for further proceedings.
Thank you, madam. Very well said. And now, thank you all the Dr. Pai, sir, Dr. Madhuri Patel, madam, Dr. Parag to join, and Dr. Charmila to give this opportunity. And I share my screen. Kindly allow me to share the screen. Yeah. So this is our day 1 course. Today we are starting, and we are going to have 3 days. This is a 12-hour course. And this is our day 1 topic. Now, to start with, before I start the scientific session, 4 pointers to be understood by us. So for the attendance, it's a 12 hours course. So 80% of the attendance is what we expect. That is at least 8 to 9 hours should be a mandate. Then for the certification, I'm saying, then is we do have this pre-topic and post-topic evaluations. As Dr. Lakshmi madam just said, it's not a test, it's just a self-assessment to know where we stand. So that will be conducted by my co-chairs, co-conveners. So it will be taken up shortly. So now in this, what we would be expecting is wholesome, you will be having 50%, has to be the minimum 50% as, passing mark or whatever we can say, not passing, but at least 50% of the knowledge of whatever is there should be known. So that's the second pointer. And the third pointer now is for the faculties. The talk time given to you all is 18 minutes. It's 20 minutes, but we have kept the 2 minutes out for, chairperson's inputs. So in 18 minutes, the timer will be on, the clock will be on, and kindly please stick to the time. And now we have got, today you would have seen there are 10 topics. We have 3 eminent chairpersons, experts. And what we have designed is like, rather than coming in one talk, we would have a club of three talks for one chairperson. So Dr. Abha Singh would be taking the first 3, and after the first 3 lectures, she will be giving her inputs, her remarks, and her expert advice as such. So in this way, we would not be wasting the time as well, and also we will be keeping up to the time. I humbly request everyone to keep up to your time so that we can say goodbye and have a very good day at 8 o'clock. Thank you very much. And over to you, Dr. Mala. For first so I should stop sharing the screen. You want me to stop share the screen?
No, you can carry on with the screen. I just want to add something. This is a very good initiative which has been started by Dr. Lakshmi madam, and it's a part of this Badlav series. And Dr. Priya really designed the 3 days course very intelligently and tried to cover most of the topic. The idea of giving the pre-test quiz questions or the questions is to check our basic knowledge, and at the end of the day, we do the post-test so that we know whatever we have gained throughout the day. Mr. Jignesh, he will share the questions. It is in the Google form, and he will give 15 minutes for the 30 questions to be answered. After 15 minutes, these questions may not be answered further, and they will not take any further answers. So Mr. Jignesh can share
Dr. Mala, just a little bit here. It is 10 minutes.
Okay,
Yeah, we are giving 20 seconds per question, and he
Okay.
will be sharing the link in the chat box. So everyone
Yeah.
has to open their chat box, click on the link, and then start answering.
Yeah, they'll be given 10 minutes for them to answer. And after the end of the 10 minutes, no further answers will be taken. So all our participants who want to participate in the pre-test series, they can check their chat box and join the pre-test series.
Jignesh, share the link. Yeah, he has shared in the link. So your time starts now. Jignesh, you have to have 10-minute timer also.
Yeah, I think Dr. Priya, if you can tell it again, because some people are still posting in the chat box, where do we get the pretest? So
No,
please,
no, just go on to your chat box. There is a link. Click on the link.
yeah, for all the participants, please go to the chat box and find the link.
It's there on the chat box to everyone Jignesh has posted. So it's there, and
Just
kindly
open
take
the
up the
chat
quiz.
box.
That's a mandate for the certification.
It's a good
And we are keeping-
exercise, pre-test and post-test, and
So we
nothing to
keeping
worry.
the
As
timing.
Dr. Lakshmi has said, it's just self-assessment and self-audit.
and
Correct.
also for faculties, how much we are able to with. Is there a timer, madam, which Jignesh has put?
Jignesh?
Yes, ma'am. This is the timer.
After 10 minutes, you
Yes,
will
sir.
have to close the link. Yeah.
I can't open it, is Dr. Irfan saying. Jignesh,
Has to check his network connection because it is.
Rashmi Prasad also has written, I cannot open.
No, everyone can open. They have
It's
to
quite
check their
easy.
internet connection.
Yeah, I tried now. It's opening quite easily.
No, it's very easy. You just click it and it's opening. Those who are having difficulties, please check your internet connection. If it is unstable or having weak signal, then you will not be able to open it.
So Sarda, Archana, all have written not able to open. Other way around? Is there any other way around, Jignesh?
No.
Ma'am, they just have to open it with their Gmail ID.
Probably they have opened through the cell phone. That may be
Yeah.
a little difficult.
Because I just opened my chat box, I can see the link and I have clicked it and the form is in front of me.
Do they have to go to mail?
Gmail. They have to access it with their Gmail account.
Dr. Bhagya, you were
Not through phone. Chat box, it is not there. We cannot get into that.
No. Some
Only
people
through.
may not have Gmail. Some would have Yahoo, this, that. So maybe.
Can this be given for in their WhatsApp, or how else can we do it? Jignesh, tech support.
They have to get a Gmail.
If
Yes,
there
ma'am,
is no
because
Gmail,
it is a Google
Can
form.
they-
They have to
The Google
log
form,
in
it will
from
not
the-
open in other this thing. Open a
Can you
new
send them
account.
link in the group also, chat box also? Please
Chat mein
resend the
dala
link.
hai
In,
na?
yeah.
Is there on the chat?
No, she's asking to put
Yeah,
in
now
a
nice.
WhatsApp group, but that's difficult now.
No.
Any
The chat box.
It's already
there
there
in
in
the-
the chat box.
It's there in the
Ah.
chat box, huh, madam? It's you all are writing link again. Link is already there in the chat box. Dear participants, kindly go through the chat box. Is it not opening for you all? What is the
He has
problem?
posted the link again. Vignesh has posted.
We'll give you an extra 5 minutes. Don't worry, because I'm understanding that there are a lot of hiccups in opening.
I think that's a good idea to give 5 minutes extra.
But we are having pre-test so that now everybody is tuned to give post-test.
Post-test.
We all have
Absolutely.
realized the hiccups. First and foremost, what tech team is saying that everyone should have a Gmail account because this is a Google form. So doesn't matter if pre-test you are not able to submit, but post-test you just sort out your glitches at your end.
Dr. Shalini, I think, is unable to open up her
Yeah.
audio.
Vignesh,
Ma'am,
Shalini,
I have unmuted her. Yes, ma'am.
Right. Vignesh, तुम सबको ब्रीफ कर देना कि यानी गूगल फॉर्म खोलने में पोस्ट टेस्ट के लिए किसी को परेशानी ना हो.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is the requirement at their end?
Okay, ma'am.
Because for me it is very easy because I have got Gmail.
Unmute Shalini, Dr. Shalini, Jignesh is saying he has unmuted you. You have to unmute at your end, I suppose.
Yes.
Is Dr. Shalini able to unmute?
He has once again posted the link. So just take it as a rehearsal.
It is actually fun giving these exams.
Yes,
I
yes.
did when I finished. So I was enjoying giving the test.
So that, I mean, it's a very good idea to have a pre-test so that candidates know where they are lacking and they will be very attentive in listening to the talks.
As they have kept an option of phone also, kindly arrange it for OTP to be sent. But this is, I think, Google form, no? So Dr. Deepa, it will be connected to your Gmail only. It's a Google form. Jignesh, am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Send mail. I think Dr. Irfan Syed is having some problem.
I can think they can copy the link and they can post it in their mail or something like that. Jignesh, can they do that?
Yes, ma'am. They can
I
do
can
that.
see copy link command is there, so they can.
Oh, I
copy
got
the-
one nice thing. Thank you very much. Dr. Yogesh has written, not facing any difficulty, running smoothly. Good.
See,
Jaan mein
very
jaan
easy.
aayi. Thank you.
Those who are having problem, please copy the link and you can post it in your what Jignesh is saying in your Gmail or in your thing. Copy link command is there.
I
They
hope
can
you're
go to
enjoying too,
Google.
huh, Dr.
Take the
Yogesh.
link, copy it in Google and then open it in Google.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. You just copy the link.
Superb. Somebody has said finished in time. Seema Tripathi, well done.
क्या बात है, क्या बात
Kya
है.
baat hai? Superb. And everyone are saying done. This is showing little bit of a ray of hope.
We are
Madam
happy.
ka ray of hope. Usha madam, Saraiya madam.
मैडम प्लीज अनम्यूट करिए. सरैया मैडम. सरैया मैडम म्यूट है.
Asked to
मैडम प्लीज अनम्यूट. सरैया मैडम.
kindly unmute, ma'am. I hope you all had very good
Can
time,
you hear-
fantastic time giving this exam.
सरैया मैडम कैसा था हमारा ये प्री टेस्ट वाला?
Yeah. Good idea. First time I'm seeing this happen on.
I told Priya ki pre-test le so that everyone should know what they are expecting, and every day we are having pre-test and post-test.
Good.
So that we can have an understanding even for ourselves also, na madam, how much
Yes.
enhancement of knowledge has occurred
Yes,
pre and
of
post.
course. Yes, yes. And they clear their doubts also that way.
Yeah, so
Work
that-
beautifully. See, one beautiful message. Attempted seamlessly, just clicked on the link and the chat box and gave the test. Worked beautifully. Thank you very much, Jasmine
really,
Chawla.
Many,
All right,
many
so I think we have only 30 seconds to go.
don't be disheartened if you are not able to open it. It is as a trial run, and you just sort out your technical problems for post-test.
It will be fine if they do the post test also only.
So now they have got the preparatory this thing, no, like a prelim exam,
Yes,
and then you're
prelims.
giving your final.
It is, yes,
All
you are absolutely right, Priya. This was prelims.
Fantastic. Opened, ma'am. Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Irfana Sayed. Finally, you could do it.
Okay,
Thank you very
based on
much. Do you
Google.
want us to wait for 5 minutes or what, or shall we start, ma'am? It's already.
Saraiya madam, you want to give first your talk? What time you have to leave?
Yes,
So,
yes.
Mala,
I'd like to
your-
finish my talk because
Yes,
I
yes,
have
yes.
another
so
webinar.
kindly,
If I can.
Dr. Mala will have to say something about this, and then
No, we can start the scientific
Yeah,
session.
madam का talk करा दो पहले Saraiya madam का.
Sorry.
Yeah. I'll do that, ma'am.
Yeah, Saraiya
Let me
madam
share
का
my
करा दो.
screen for the CVs.
Hmm.
So now we have with us, thank you very much. And now we have 3 eminent chairpersons today for this program, the day 1 topic. So we have Dr. Abharani Sinha, who is a professor and HOD, SKMC Muzaffarpur. She's the ICOG Governing Council member, and she's been the president of Patna OBGYN Society from 2017 to 18. Welcome, Dr. Abharani Sinha, madam. Dr. Alka Pandey, madam, who is the vice president of FOGSI from 2022 to 24, and professor of department OBGYN, Narayana Medical College, Saharsa, Narayan Medical College, Saharsa. So, welcome, madam. And we have our dear friend, Dr. Reena Vani, who is the professor and head of the OBGYN this thing department of HBT Medical College, and Dr. R.N. Cooper Hospital, Mumbai. Again, welcome, Dr. Reena. And now what we have is, we have 10 topics, and each chairpersons are getting to chair 3 to 4. The last, I think Reena will be getting the maximum. That's the 4 topics. And after 3, Dr. Abharani Sinha will tell her comments and expert opinion and comments on the 3 topics which we had. So now the first talk, we start with Sri Ganesha Namaha, and our first
madam.
talk is with our
Saraiya
madam, Usha Saraiya madam. Teacher's teacher. She doesn't require any formal CV presentation and all that. She is known to everyone. She is a consultant. She has been our teacher and everyone's teacher. Consultant OBGYN, Breach Candy, Saifi Elizabeth Hospital, and past president of MOGS and past president of FOGSI ICOG. She has been conferred honorary fellowship by RCOG in 2012 and award of Living Legends by IFCPC July 21. Over to you, madam.
Yes.
And
Thank
I
you.
stop sharing my screen. Yes, madam.
This has come.
You will be sharing, or you want us to share?
No, I'm sharing. I'm doing that. Yeah. Thank you.
So madam is going to talk on
Yes,
preventive
yes.
oncology status in India. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, development of preventive oncology in general and the status in India. And I want to emphasize that India is a very vast country, large country with 28 states and 780 districts. Are you happy with the sound? Am I
Yes,
audible?
madam.
Yes, yes, madam.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So we have a very diverse population also, and it hasn't been easy to. What?
Madam, unable to hear you.
Yeah, it's not. Just 1 minute. I'm just getting it. Yes.
Yeah.
So the preventive oncology term was actually coined in 1967, way back, when WHO declared that cervical cancer is preventable and it was classified as a preventable disease. Now that made a lot of people question this, such a cruel and such a highly dangerous disease, you call it, and classify as a preventable disease. How is anybody going to prevent it? Then it was clarified that if every woman is tested by pap smear every 3 years from the age of 35 to 65, provided she is also adequately treated for pre-cancer, then there will be no invasive cervical cancer. So what is called preventable disease is invasive cervical cancer is preventable, provided all these conditions are met. So it was not that simple a thing to say it's a preventable disease. And there are many steps about how to prevent this disease. So screening really started all over the world after Second World War. As you know, Papanicolaou had discovered this condition earlier, and then there was Second World War and the world was devastated. Scientific efforts came to a halt. Europe was completely destroyed by the war. But after that, they set up the screening programs, and it was realized that the tremendous manpower training of doctors and paramedicals was required, and centers had to be set up in local areas, not in one big city, and it had to be reach the patients. So in our country, we had to set it up in all the states, and districts had to be covered also. So we did have many FOGSI societies, but remember, going back to the 70s, there weren't so many societies. There weren't so many facilities. There weren't even that many hospitals. So we had a long way to go to make all these things available. And then the protocols were also not standardized. So everyone didn't know how to treat a case when a case was detected. So from control to elimination has taken over 50 years. But still, I think it is a very short time for what we have achieved in these 50 years. So since India had a very high incidence and high mortality, attempts to control the disease started quite early. We had Indian Cancer Society, we had many organizations who were involved in this. Some sound is coming. Hello.
Mute karo.
So, you know, we formed the Indian Academy of Cytologists in 1970. Dr. P.N. Wahi, he was called the Papanicolaou of India, and he was determined to have centers all over. And this is the first group of Indian Academy founder members that we had. We had only 32 cytologists in the whole of India at that time. And this is how I looked in those days in 1970s. And that is when I came back from these meetings that I started my cytology clinic in Kama Hospital and dysplasia clinic. And I had, as you can see from the list of people who have said they worked here, I had brilliant students and they actually took it forward. And we had only one test, pap test, and we needed a colposcope, which we got, but it was not an easy instrument to keep because it was so big and couldn't move it easily and cost was so much. So we did discover in India this magnifying lens, it's called Magnascope, which was very cheap, which was very easy, and we used to pack it up in a bag and take it to our camps. So we were in fact very keen on VIA, Willy and VIM in India because that they helped us go to the rural areas and set up a camp. But this is where we are today. So let us see where we are today. cervical cancer screening recommendations for 2021 are announced, and women aged 21 to 29 should undergo cytology or PAP test alone every 3 years. As you know, HPV is not to be tested in young girls. It's a very common disease at that age, and they all overcome it, and there's no need to worry. And HPV testing starts after 30. But somehow the UPV, this United States Preventive Services Task Force, feels that we must start screening early, let people get into the habit. And because of changing norms of behavior, it is better to start early. But women aged 30 to 65 can choose from any of the 3 options. They can do cytology alone if they want. If they have a FDA-approved primary high-risk HPV testing, they can do that every 5 years, or we can do co-testing, HPV testing and cytology every 5 years. So this is where we are today in our recommendations. You can see it's recommended by almost everybody, but I hope you have noticed that in this, there is no mention of VIA, VILI or VIAM. So we are not in this list because we have our own problems and our own solutions. So in India, we have visual inspection as our first choice. Pap smear, the traditional, and if you want, you can do liquid based also, and you can use artificial intelligence also. Then we also have HPV DNA testing in our protocols. And we have colposcopy and treatment of cancer as a diagnostic test, not as a screening test. But you can see the model of colposcope, which is available today, which is like a mobile phone. You can put it in your pocket. You can have it with you anytime. You can switch it on and take a picture. And once this sort of colposcope becomes a routine or becomes easily available, then it can be used also for screening, because this you can take to a camp very easily, and you can screen hundreds of people with this instrument. What is important is what is affordable, what is available, and what is reliable. So we have to look at all these factors and choose anything from here for our preventive program. But since high-risk HPV is a prerequisite for the development of cancer, it has become an integral part of new screening strategies, and FDA approval was quite recent. 2015, FDA approved it for primary screening. So clinicians in USA have a choice of 3 different first-line screening options. They can do PAP test, they can do PAP and HPV co-test, or they can do HPV testing alone. So please note that when they were given this option in 2015 and 16, option 1 and 2 were exercised, but there was no demand for HPV standalone test at that time. Of course, things have changed now, better tests have come, and now it is recommended that it can be used as standalone test. But whatever test you do, all positives have to have a co-test. Let's remember that. And I want all our FOGSI ICOG members to remember that this is academically advised. Patient and provided preference should be respected, whatever they want. And geographic, socio-economic, and practice settings will affect everybody. You cannot do tests and recommend tests which are not available in a particular city. They have to be given the choice. Now, why do we want so many tests? People ask, why do you want to do more than one test? You made a test, you have done a test, can you not treat me? Well, we can't, because every test gives different information, and we need that information before we treat a patient. So cytology, as you can see the abnormal cells, you can make a cytological diagnosis, but you don't know where the lesion is coming from, where are the cells coming from. So you have to have a colposcopy to know, is it on anterior lip, posterior lip, the whole cervix, small lesion, big lesion. So we need to have that information, because how are we going to treat otherwise? And the third is the HPV test. It's a molecular test. It's totally objective. But again, there are so many kits, so many types of tests, and I'll come to that a little later, that we will have to decide what information you want from that test, then you do accordingly the specific test. Self-sampling is a great advantage. I agree with you that patients feel very comfortable taking their own sample. But you must explain to the patient that they are denying themselves a very valuable genital tract evaluation test. A PV test, a PS test helps them. Their diagnosis will be much better if they undergo a test. So they do afterwards understand, and they will come back to you for a test if they are convinced that it is a very valuable test to have an internal test. And we can do with a self-sample test and proceed, and later on, in any case, the patient will have to come if she is positive. Now, patients ask, why do I have to undergo so many tests? Each test, there's a cost factor. It causes tension and anxiety. Time is wasted. So much time goes in waiting for reports. And of course, availability is not there. You have to go to a different institute, different hospital to get the test. So a patient today wants an instant test, instant diagnosis, instant treatment, and she wants to move on. She says, let me forget this chapter in my life. Let me start life again. Please help me. So we have to be very patient and explain that it is in your interest that we evaluate you fully so that we can give you correct treatment. Now, let me talk about VIA. We all have good experience of VIA. We've been doing it for many years. And I do want all the FOGSI ICOG members, each one of them, to keep a bottle of 5% acetic acid ready. And they are doing PS examinations. It won't take more than 2 minutes, 1 minute to apply the acetic acid, wait 1 minute to see the result, and make a note of whether it is VIA positive or negative. And it is something which requires hardly any learning, but availability of all these things is necessary. But aceto-white change is non-specific. Please remember that. Don't alarm the patient by saying, oh my God, you got a white patch, it may be cancer. Never say such a thing. And post-abortion, post-delivery, there is metaplasia and there are white patches. HPV infection itself can cause a white patch. It could be CIN, that's what you are looking for anyway. But it is a very good test for when labs are not available, when advanced disease is common, and paramedics we can train and they can do these tests. So WHO does recommend it in low and middle income countries. It is in WHO protocol. It is in Government of India protocol. It may not be in the other protocols, but for us, it's the simplest and the most easiest test. And this is going to be the base of your preventive oncology. Now, what about cytology? It is true value of cytology is its improved specificity. It will immediately tell you not only patient has dysplasia, but at what level of dysplasia it is. And you can have conventional cytology, you can do liquid-based cytology, you can combine it with immunocytochemistry, which is very, very useful to convince a patient of the diagnosis. And cytology will tell you normal or inflammatory, HPV, low grade, high grade, very, very useful. And it is also very useful for co-testing because you actually see the cells and you know how dangerous it is or it is not dangerous. That also you will come to know. Now, advantages are there of liquid-based cytology, and the main advantage is this brush. You can see the brush, it collects the endocervical sample and 360 degrees of the transformation zone, and it is very suitable for menopausal patients also, which, conventional cytology is not so good for them. So liquid-based cytology certainly is an advantage, but then it has to go to a big lab which has the machine, and it is more expensive. But if there is facility available, I think it is a good way forward to get better reports than the ones we get with conventional cytology. And the kits that you get, the bottle that you get, the residual fluid sample is used for HPV. So once you collect that in that little bottle that you get with it. You can ask for cytology and HPV simultaneously, or you can say do cytology first, liquid-based. If there are abnormal cells, then do HPV, or you can tell the lab to do HPV first, and if that is positive, then to test for liquid-based. So it's giving you a lot of scope to decide what exactly you want. So, but the paradigm shift in 21st century is what has happened just now. We are in this era when HPV testing is replacing cytology for cervical cancer screening due to high sensitivity and superior reassurance following negative tests. It gives the patient so much confidence when she gets that she's HPV negative, she's relieved. Approximately a dozen genotypes can cause cervical cancer, and you will be told which genotypes it is, and the high risk ones are 16, 18. And the management of women testing positive is a bit of a problem, but we are solving it. It is getting resolved, you can say. And there are still dilemmas in clinical practice. We have to avoid overtreatment. We have to do no harm. We have to prevent overload of healthcare services. You cannot refer every case for colposcopy. You cannot biopsy every case. So there are issues even with this, but we have to resolve them. Several countries have updated their screening guidelines and are switching from primary LBC to primary HR-HPV testing, and with a LBC triage. You can say that is the ultimate goal at the moment, to have these facilities. So when we will reach, I don't know, but in major cities, it is possible to have this sort of protocol. The problem of HPV is that what is going to happen to this HPV infection? Your patient may have HPV infection, but what is the outcome? Clearance is the most likely, persistence in some, and progression in hardly 5%. So, it's not as if most HPV infections are transient and it will be cleared in 2 years with good immunity. A positive HPV test does not mean that she will develop cancer. We mustn't alarm her. It spoils her life if you just say that you might develop cancer. She loses interest in everything. Cancer is a very rare outcome of this infection, and further tests and follow-up is necessary. So this is what patients don't like to hear, that they are under observation, but unfortunately, we cannot say anything else. Now, this is a paper
Madam,
from
our
our
time is
own
coming up.
Nirja
Saraya,
Batla.
madam?
Yes, shall I, is it time
Yeah,
up?
yeah, madam,
Yeah.
please continue.
Yeah, I'm leaving this to come back to only this, because this is important. What is the level of the HPV infection in a particular patient is what you want to know. Is she in the transforming phase? Is she in the phase that the HPV has reached the nucleus and is definitely path to cancer has started? And that is when P53, our tumor suppressor gene, is inactivated, and retinoblastoma gene, which prevents abnormal cellular proliferation, that is also inactivated. So to do this, you need a special HPV test, which is for E6, E7. So this is what I'm going to tell you, that there are 5 types of HPV tests. Which test you want to do, you will have to only decide and say, I want this test. So if you want to do, if she's in the transformation phase, please ask for E6, E7 test. And these all tests are not available in all the laboratories. So the European guidelines say that all HPV positive women have to be triaged with cytology. There is no other way. You have to triage and then treat. Of course, we have see and treat policies, and we know we cannot do this sort of academic work all the time, but I'm giving you ICOG in an academic body. ICOG should treat academic treatments, and then depending on the conditions of your patients, you can modify it. If she is positive by cytology, she first goes straight to colposcopy. And if the cytology is negative, then you have a choice. You can do follow-up and retest after 1 year. But why I'm showing you European guidelines? Because they have said, if you feel that there is an increased risk of disease, like a patient having symptoms, a patient's cervix which looks unhealthy to you, or you have some suspicion, or her lifestyle is something which makes you feel she is high risk, then don't wait 1 year, refer straight for colposcopy. So I think these European guidelines are really refined that way, and they give us the option. Now, this is just to tell you that we are 18 per 100,000 and mortality is 11.3. It's very high, but it has been coming down. When we started our cytology clinic, the ASR was 28, 32, things like that in India. It has come down, and it will come down as we improve the life of our patients. That is important. And in America and everywhere, it is 5 or 6, and they hardly lose 1 or 2 patients due to this disease. So we have a long way to go. Now, what improvement in the lives of the patient is what is going to help us. Not just screening and vaccination and all that is there, but basically the lives of our patients have to be improved. And what gynecologists need to do is genital tract infection should be adequately treated. This I'm not dealing with at all, because you are going to get enough training in this and things. And again, once again, I'm emphasizing what Rishikesh Pai told us, that we can't do only cervical screening. We have to combine with breast screening, because that is more of a problem now. Breast cancer is on the increase, and we have some states which have already reached single figure. They are the ones to watch. The lives of the women in those states is better, and we have to improve that also. Then first, before elimination, let's come down to below 10. Then we are on the right path. So this again, I'm not doing, and this is another factor that we have to reduce mortality. Mortality has to come down first, and the ASHA workers are wonderful people, and they help a lot. And as you know, WHO gave them an award to ASHA worker for the excellent services rendered to the rural population. So they have to be incorporated in our healthcare facilities. So we have certainly a ray of hope. And I feel the most important thing we have to all concentrate is improvement in human development. That in any case is our goal. We want to improve the health of our women, and that will bring down itself the incidence of cervical cancer. Good housing, good education, financial support, etc. And there are challenges, as you know, we've all worked with challenges, and we have the confidence to face all the challenges. We can do it. We have done it all these years, and you will do it better. So as Lakshmi wanted to know, we learned from the past. So I've given you a little bit of the past, but we act in the present, and we have to have our own policies for the present, and we plan for the future. We plan to do better than what we are doing in the present when things and situations improve. So thank you very much, Lakshmi and Priya and Madhuri and Rishikesh, for this wonderful opportunity to be here to tell you a few of the developments in preventive oncology, which is going to replace all oncology, hopefully one day. And we have come, Priya was saying about not yet prevented. Now I'm saying will be prevented soon. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. It was indeed, it's like an orchestra hearing, your lectures, because you have brought it from 1960s era till date, and with all the paradigm shift, and again, cancer being a very obnoxious word. So we really don't want to hear that, and our patients also don't want to hear that. So thank you very much, madam.
Thank you. Thank you.
Should I give my comments now, Dr. Priya? Should I give
after three, madam?
After three talks,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You will now we will move on, because Now,
Thank you, Saraya
globally,
madam. Thank you for being the
Thank you.
opening batsman for
Yes, yes.
my inaugural course on preventive
Yes,
oncology.
yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I've delayed you.
Yeah, I
but,
know, madam. You have one meeting. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
thank you, madam, again, once again. Now we have the talk on global call for cervical cancer elimination by none other than our chairperson ICOG, Dr. Lakshmi Srikhande. Yes, over to you, madam.
Yeah, I have already been introduced. Yeah, just a minute. I will share my slide. Just a minute. Just a minute. Yes. My slides are visible.
Yes, madam.
Yeah. So I am here to give just you an overview about global call for cervical cancer elimination. So before that, we must understand the difference between elimination and eradication. Remember, for cervical cancer, we are talking of elimination, and elimination means you have to continue all the intervention to eliminate the disease in the subsequent generation. And whereas eradication means you stop all the interventions, and even after stopping all the interventions, no cases are being reported. So the example of eradication is smallpox eradication. So the WHO has declared this as a public health problem, and it has set the goal of cervical cancer elimination by 2030. And why we are having so much focus on cervical cancer? Because worldwide, one woman dies from cervical cancer every 2 minutes. Cervical cancer kills 300,000 women each year, and together we all can stop this. So where we currently stand at global level, at global level, cervical cancer is the 4th most common cancer among women, and one life is lost every 2 minutes, as I have already said. Importantly, it is the leading cause of cancer deaths in women in 36 countries. In 2020, the global mortality statistics increased to over 340,000 women, and these are likely to continue to grow, particularly in underprivileged and vulnerable communities. Current data suggests that 90% of all cases of cervical cancer, they occur in low and middle income countries due to largely poor access to screening and early detection and treatment of both pre-cancer stage and when they are diagnosed with cancer. 9 in 10 cervical cancer deaths worldwide, they occur in low and middle income countries. Women living with HIV are 6 times more likely to develop cervical cancer compared to those women who are HIV negative. So this is the Golobocan A standardized incidence rate. And what is this Golobocan? You all can see that this is a window-based software which provides access to the worldwide database of cancer incidence and mortality rates. So you can see that the data country-wise from 2008, then 2012 and 2018. And as Saraya madam has already said, we are on the declining trend, but still much needs to be done. We have come from 27 to 21.9 to 14.7. And this is the A standardized mortality rate. Here also, we have gone down from 18 to 12.4 to 9.2 in 2018. So this is just the figures and charts to make you understand that really why WHO has declared cervical cancer as a public health problem. Here are some statistics. You all can go through these statistics, and the percentage of countries with HPV vaccine in the national immunization schedule, if you see by this World Bank income group, then definitely high income group, there is more HPV vaccination as compared to the low income countries. And that is why in India, as our President Dr. Pai has already said, that now we have convinced our government to include it as national vaccination programs. If you see this percentage of country-wise, the diagnostic and other services as far as cervical cancer treatment is concerned, you can see again that high-income countries are definitely having better facilities for treatment and better prevention strategies and screening strategies. Cervical cancer is preventable. When it is detected and managed at the very earliest stage, it has over a 93% cure rate. That is why worldwide, everyone is emphasizing on screening for cervical cancer. Nearly 90% of women who die from cervical cancer, they have poor access to prevention, screening, and treatment. And here, Dr. Saraiya Madam has already said that ASHA workers are contributing a lot towards this to reduce this gap between the access and treatment. Vaccination of young adolescent against HPV is the safe and it prevents cervical cancer. And what is this WHO call? What is this global strategy for elimination of cervical cancer? In nutshell, it is 90% coverage of HPV vaccine of girls by 15 years of age, 70% coverage of screening, that is 70% of women should be screened with high performance test by the age of 35 to 45 years, and 90% of the women who are identified with cervical disease, they should be able to receive treatment for precancerous lesions or invasive cancer. So every country must introduce and scale up HPV vaccine, HPV screening for women between 30 and 49 years of age and ensure appropriate treatment and follow-up. So this is the global strategy, that is 90, 70, 90. And this strategy has got 3 pillar strategy, that is prevention through HPV vaccination, screening and treatment of precancerous lesions, and management of invasive cancer, which includes the palliative care in advanced stages as well. So the strategy again emphasizes on 90% of girls being fully vaccinated by 15 years of age, 70% coverage of screening with, remember, high performance test between the age of 35 to 45, and 90% of women should be identified as precancerous, as well as 90% of women should be identified. If they are identified, they should be managed. So WHO has set the goal. More than 190 countries, they are signatories to this declaration and they have committed to the achievement of the target. And the first of this target is, of course, 90% girls to be vaccinated, which is really an achievable target. And now the cost of HPV vaccine in India is also going down and down so that it becomes affordable to all. And if it is included in the national vaccination program, then definitely each and every girl will be vaccinated with HPV vaccine. And if we can do this, see how many deaths can be averted. Vaccination of girls alone can avert death to the magnitude of 0.1% to 61% in 2070. And if we continue and scale up, then by 2120, HPV vaccination alone can avert 90% of deaths related to cervical cancer. FIGO has already joined hands with WHO and together they are committed to solving the preventable tragedy of cervical cancer by 2030. We at FOGSI ICOG, as I already said, FOGSI is doing a massive work as far as cervical cancer elimination is concerned. Dr. Pai and Dr. Madhuri Patel has already told you about all the work which has already been done by FOGSI. And during this Badlao initiative of Dr. Pai, he is putting in massive efforts and energy to this WHO call of cervical cancer elimination. And we as ICOG, that is academic wing of FOGSI, we have started doing this preventive oncology course to sensitize our members and to increase the awareness amongst our own members towards cervical cancer elimination, so that they can pass on the benefit of this awareness to their patients. So we are here on this platform of FOGSI ICOG to scale up the vaccination program, to scale up our screening test, and to provide services to those women who are diagnosed as pre-invasive or invasive cervical cancer. Many other international organizations, they have already joined hands with this WHO call. So friends, through cost-effective, evidence-based interventions, including HPV vaccination of girls, screening and treatment of precancerous lesions, and improving access to diagnosis and treatment of invasive cancers, we can eliminate cervical cancer as a public health problem and make it a disease of the past, as Dr. Saraiya has said, because really, it being a preventable disease, we want it to be a disease of the past. So achieving the 90-70-90 target by 2030 would result in over 62 million cervical cancer deaths averted by 2120. So friends, let's join hands. Together, we can eliminate cervical cancer by following only these 3 basic steps, that is prevention, early detection, treatment, and of course, awareness, which we all are creating through this platform. So thank you so much for your patient hearing.
Wonderful, madam. And it was well within the time limit. Thank you very much for this as well. And it's an excellent talk. And you have really started the flagged of this thing very well. So now we go ahead with our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Reena Srivastava, who will be talking about the primary prevention. So I'm going to read a little about Dr. Reena Srivastava. And yeah. So she's an ex-professor and HOD, BRD Medical College, Gorakhpur. Past president UP chapter of OBGY, and past president of Gorakhpur Menopause Society, a fellow of ICOG, and North Zone coordinator of SSNPP. So Dr. Reena Srivastava is going to take you through HPV vaccination. I will stop sharing the screen, and so that Dr. Reena ji, you can do it.
Thank you, Priya, and thank you, Lakshmi and ICOG team for this opportunity. I'll just be sharing my screen.
Again, before all this, there has been raising of hands and this thing. So we will be, the time will be given for audience interaction. Enough time will be given. You all can please jot down your questions, and then we will be able to answer it.
Can you see my screen, Priya?
Yes, you have started sharing. Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me make it.
Can you make it full screen?
Yes, I'm making it. Is it seen? Is
No,
it there?
Oh. We are seeing it's not a full screen.
Still not. Then I'll go back to the original one, because sometimes it makes problem.
Yep.
I'll continue with this one. Is it okay?
Can you just see whether it is moving or not? Is this
that I see.
Try that?
Yes, it is moving.
It is.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity. I would be talking on HPV vaccination. And just now we have heard a lot about that cervical cancer is so very important public health problem. It is second most common malignancy in Indian women, and the incidence and all has been talked about. I'm not going into the details. The CS cervix and human papilloma virus, they are very much interrelated, and a persistent infection with HPV vaccination is required. It is a necessary thing for occurrence of CS cervix. I don't know, my screen is obscured by the photographs over here. Let me.
Can you make it full screen, madam? Just try again once. If not, then we go ahead with this itself.
These photographs are coming on. on my screen.
So you can just minimize it, you just minimize it. So these photographs won't come.
Yes. No. Yeah. Can you see?
Yeah.
You see the full screen?
Can't see the full screen, but it's okay. I mean, if you're able to do it, fantastic. If you aren't able to see full screen.
Okay. So persistent infection with high risk HPV is a necessary thing for the occurrence of CS cervix, and 99.1% association of HPV high risk types is there with cancer cervix, 70% with the HR-HPV globally, and 82.7% in India. Yes, I'm going to skip. We are continuously talking that cervical cancer is a preventable cancer. Why? Because it has got a long precancerous phase, and this precancerous phase is detectable by several screening very good tools we are having nowadays. Highly efficacious tools we are having for the treatment of this precancerous lesion, and on the top of all, there is a prophylactic vaccination to prevent infection with major types of human papillomavirus. So HPV vaccination would be the most successful tool for prevention of cancer.
Madam, have you changed I'm so sorry. Have you changed the slide? We aren't able to, because we are not able to see the slide change. We are only observing CA cervix, HPV, and then that's the third slide which we are seeing. Yeah.
Now can you see?
Yes.
I'll continue with this only. So vaccination followed by screening is definitely the most important way to prevent CA cervix. The worldwide status, just now we had a lot of information about all this. And just to tell you that only 55% of the WHO member states have introduced human papillomavirus vaccination in the national program. And only 41% of these low and middle income countries have introduced in their national program. India has just recommended it for universal vaccination, and because of this large geographical divergence in the update of vaccination, LMICs are lagging behind. This has already been talked out. A little about primary prevention, and that is done by vaccinating the girls as well as boys at the age of 9 to 14 years. And they should also be given health information and warning about tobacco use. They should be given sexual education. They should be talked about condom promotion and provision for it, and male circumcision is also a way forward for it. So the global call, the aim is to reduce the incidence of cervical cancer at 4 or below 4, 1 per lakh cases, per lakh population. For that, vaccination, screening, and treatment of precancerous stage all has to be done, and this is going to bring down the mortality so very low, as already talked about. The question is why screening has to be continued in spite of vaccination. The HPV 16-18 vaccine can reduce the incidence of every cervical cancer by 70%, whereas a very good screening by pap smear can reduce the incidence by 80%. Until the masses are protected almost completely by vaccination, the screening has to be continued effectively. Otherwise, this lack of 10 years will cause fast increase in cervical cancer, especially in the low and middle income countries. So vaccine has to be a part of coordinated and comprehensive strategy to prevent cervical cancer and other diseases caused by HPV. We have got various vaccines, bivalent, which was introduced and licensed in October 2009 for females, quadrivalent, which was licensed in June 2006 for females and 2009 for males, then nanovalent, licensed in December 14 for males and females, and in June 2020, it has gained the approval for oropharyngeal cancers also. And now we are coming up with a vaccine for in India also, that is Cervavac, and it is a quadrivalent vaccine. The current vaccines, the vaccine has to be very, very effective, but the current vaccines are not very ideally fitted for the low resource settings. Why? Because they entail a cold chain, they are expensive to be manufactured, they require 2 to 3 intramuscular injections, and they protect not against all the genotypes. So a second generation HPV definitely would be required. And so that which can be produced in a cheaper way, be administered as a single dose, could prevent infection by many more oncogenic genotypes, and have got a sustained effect against infection. The second generation HPVs are definitely required, and the recent evidence review 2020 of single dose HPV vaccination evaluation consortium by WHO body suggests and supports a single dose of HPV vaccination, which is based on systemic reviews of available clinical trials. And this is going to be a way forward probably. So the guidelines laid by WHO when to give at 9 to 14 years females as primary target age group, and a catch-up vaccination of older females if it is cost effective. We can delay the vaccination of boys till the girls are immunized satisfactorily. ACOG says that yes, it should be started, it should be given to all the male boys and girls at the age of 11 to 12 years. And then a catch-up vaccination till 25 years, 26 years. And for some women, aged 27 to 45 years previously, who are not vaccinated, who are not committed in a monogamous relationship, and who are recently diagnosed with STDs, they can be given this vaccine after a shared decision. For men, it can be up to 45 years, and no need to give quadrivalent vaccine if an individual has been vaccinated by other vaccine series in the past. It is recommended for women through age 26 years, even if the patient is tested positive for HPV DNA. Testing for HPV DNA prior to vaccination is not recommended. And again, testing for pregnancy is not recommended before HPV vaccination. If a woman receives a vaccine during pregnancy inadvertently, safety is assured, but HPV vaccine is not recommended actually during pregnancy because there is a paucity of data. If a vaccine series is started and patient becomes pregnant, next dose is to be withheld till pregnancy is completed. During lactation, to give HPV vaccine to women 26 years and younger, if not given in the past. This is a window which we can utilize for vaccination. And after sexual assault, HPV vaccine should be given as soon as possible for the girls at 9 or beyond. And other bodies also, like AP Committee on Vaccination, they say to start the vaccination in girls at 9 years and catch up vaccination of older women if not vaccinated. Then FOGSI GCPR also says that vaccination of, this is a fault over there, 9 to 14 years girls, and catch up vaccination at 15 to 25 years. And beyond that, yes, after a shared decision, it can be given. Then the CDC Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, ACP and ACOG, they all say that routine HPV vaccination for girls and boys aged 11 to 12 years. What should be the dose schedule? It should be 9 to 15 years, and then only 2 doses are recommended. The immune response that develops before 15 years with 2 doses is equivalent to 3 doses after 15 years. And the timing of first dose is 0 baseline. Timing of second dose would be 6 to 12 months later. This interval of 6 months is critical to ensure adequate immune titers and durability of protection. If the interval is less than 5 years, a third dose will be required. Then at the age of 15 years or more, 3 doses are required, at 0 baseline, 1 to 2 months according to the vaccine use, and 6 months. At 27 to 45 years, routine vaccination for all is not going to give a very good benefit on global fight to prevent cancer cervix. Then WHO says that it should be given at 9 to 14 years and 2 dose series are required. 15 to 26 years and immunocompromised should be given 3 dose series. SAGE is now recommending 1 dose to the girls and boys below 15 years. For the victims of sexual abuse, definitely a 3-dose series will be required, and the first dose as soon as possible after the assault, and same is being advocated by others. Immunocompromised women like HIV positive and transplant recipient, they should also receive 3-dose series for girls 9 to 14 years. And definitely all these immunocompromised women, they need a regular yearly checkup also for screening. Regarding the efficacy of vaccine, it is most effective vaccine available and 99% efficacy when administered to women who have not been exposed to that particular HPV. The nanovalent is 99% effective against 6, 11, 16, and 18, and 96.7% against 31, 33, 45, and 52, 58. It prevents cervical, vaginal, vulval, anal disease caused by HPV and prevention of oropharyngeal cancer also. Regarding the safety and efficacy has been established by a large number of trials with thousands of girls and women. Post-marketing surveillance shows no serious side effects. WHO Global Advisory Committee for Vaccine Safety is regularly watching it, and more than 270 million doses of HPV vaccine have been distributed since 2006 with no serious side effects. What about boosters? A continued protection and persistent antibody levels have been observed with this vaccine. The durability of immune response of HPV vaccine is being monitored in long-term studies, and currently there is no indication for a booster vaccine according to all these bodies. And if the vaccine series has been interrupted anytime, or we don't know the previous vaccine type, any vaccine can be given to complete the series, and then there is no need to repeat the previous dose also. This is very important. What if a dose is missed or schedule is interrupted? The vaccine series need not be restarted. The interval can be extended to even 12 to 15 months if a dose is missed. Women with abnormal pap smear, positive HPV, can they be vaccinated? Yes, they can be vaccinated. And vaccine may still provide protection against other HPV types not already acquired in the previous years. So can HPV be co-administered with other vaccines? Yes, it can be given on the same day as on being given COVID-19, DPT, meningococcal. Multiple vaccines can be given on single visit, but each injection has to be at a different site. Can it be given beyond 25 years? I have already told HPV incidence decreases with age. Women more than 25 years still remain at risk. For women 25 to 45 years prior to vaccinating, counseling about reduced efficacy has to be done properly. And this group requires first priority for screening rather than vaccination. Is it safe during pregnancy? I've already talked. It is not recommended during pregnancy, but if a woman becomes pregnant after starting this scheduled, termination is not required. Remaining doses to be given post-delivery, and lactation is not a contraindication. Then HPV vaccination in boys, yes, it can be given, it should be given, but the first coverage has to be given to the girls. Vaccine is licensed for boys and young men in USA in 2009, in India also in 2014. Country where optical coverage has been given to girls, it is recommended for boys. Now a word about single dose vaccine. A single dose HPV vaccination schedule could alleviate financial, logistical barriers, accelerate HPV vaccine introduction into national immunization schedules, and achieve high coverage in current country programs. The World Health Organization, a strategic advisory group of experts, that is SAGE on immunization, concluded that a single dose of human papillomavirus vaccine delivers solid protection against HPV. It also advised that countries may now choose between a 1 or 2 dose schedule for 9 to 14 years old girls and women aged 15 to 21. This could be a major step towards reaching the WHO's global strategy to accelerate the elimination of cervical cancer. Evidence on single-dose HPV vaccination. It says that the reduction in HPV infections was similar no matter how many vaccine doses were received. With 1 dose, the efficacy was 82%, 2 dose gave an efficacy of 84%, and 3 dose again it was 80%. So the difference was not significant, and the 1 dose is equal to 2 dose or 3 dose, but not in immunocompromised people and not with the older age group women. So there have been barriers to HPV vaccination. In India, HPV vaccine has not been introduced in national immunization program yet. It is only recommended. Lack awareness is definitely very, very less about cervical cancer, about its cause, about its vaccine. It has been costly till now, and multiple doses were required. And vaccine supply currently available to LMICs is insufficient, so difficult to scale up the HPV vaccination. But there is good news. We are about to cross the barriers. On 12th July 22, DCGI and MOHFW India granted approval to make the vaccine against cancer HPV to Serum Institute of India. And simultaneously, there is a recommendation from WHO that a single dose regime may suffice. On 1st September 22, the Union Minister, Mr. Jiten Singh, announced India's first indigenously developed vaccine, Cervical, for the prevention of cervical cancer. And a very good news is that Center has now urged the states to create awareness and take steps for prevention of cervical cancer among girl students. The key highlights I would just like you to know: the National Technical Advisory Group of Immunization has recommended introduction of HPV vaccine in the Universal Immunization Program with a one-time catch-up for 9 to 14 years old adolescent girls. The vaccination would be provided primarily through schools to the girls from 5th to 10th standard. In order to reach those girls who are not available on that very day, the vaccine would be provided to at a health facility, while for out of school girls, the campaign would be conducted through community outreach and mobile teams. So we can be very happy that it is now being advocated and it has now been recommended to come in a universal program. With this very much interest of the government of India, they have already given advisory to the states to make a list of these girls, to create to debut coordinator at every school, so that the list is there. It could be digitalized. All that is that process is going on, and Cervical at a rate of 300 to 400 rupees may be available in this year only. So I'm happy that all girls might be immunized in our country, and that is going to be a very big way forward. To conclude, I would say that incorporation of HPV vaccination in National Immunization Program has been and still is the need of the hour, which has been recommended by 17th NTAGI in 22. Screening program will remain equally important for early detection and effective management. Awareness still is very, very poor in our country. It still needs a scaling. Every time we have to work for it and let the people know about it. And a single dose regime would be cost saving, improving acceptance and enhancing vaccine coverage. So thank you all for listening to it. There was some disturbance in my slide presentation. Sorry for it. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reena ji. And over to you, Dr. Abha Sinha madam, for your the remarks and inputs for the first 3 lectures topics.
Thank you so much, Dr. Priya. Thank you for involving me in this ICOG teaching program. I'm also thankful to the whole ICOG team, Dr. Lakshmi Shikhande, Dr. Parag Beniwale, and Dr. Ashok Kumar for giving me the opportunity. It was a treat to really hear to all the 3 eminent speakers. First of all, Dr. Usha Sharaiya, she took us through the journey of preventive oncology in India. I think the screening date should depend upon the affordability and the availability. That was the message that she gave to us. Especially, we should still remember that VIA and VILI, it still plays a part, especially for the paramedics and for the low resource countries. And to the other end, we have those very sophisticated HPV tests, like even self-testing has come up, but there she has given a very good message, that is a word of caution, that we should not encourage self-testing, because that gives us an opportunity to examine the genital tract. And we all know that genital tract infections, they are associated with increased incidence of cervical cancer. I think that point was very well taken. And the third point that I would like to say, that any case, if in any patient, if we are doing one test is becoming positive, we should always go for a co-testing. And LBI, liquid-based cytology, I think that has got the best results if we go for the cytology testing. I think all these messages were very well put forward, and it was a good learning experience. Regarding Dr. Lakshmi Shikhande, I think she has very well told us what is the global call for elimination of cancer cervix. We all have to remember the formula 90, 70, 90. That is, we have to go for the HPV vaccination. I think as a medical professional, we all have the responsibility of creating awareness regarding the HPV vaccination, and then about proper screening. I think high performance screening, early diagnosis and treatment, both of precancerous lesions as well as for cervical invasive lesions. I think that should be the call. Then only we can reach that goal of elimination. And coming to Dr. Reena Srivastav, she has given a very comprehensive view of the HPV vaccination, right from the dose, the indications, the contraindications. She has also busted certain myths, like if the patient gets pregnant, what to do next, whether it should be given in lactation or not. I think she has busted all the myths. And what is the way forward? The way forward is the day we see that it is included in our national immunization program. Number two, if we come up with a single dose, as Saj has proposed, if we come up with a single dose, I think we can maximum more and more number of girls, and that can go a long way in preventing cervical cancer. And of course, coming with an affordable vaccine, I think India is doing it, and we all hope in future we are going to have it. And thank you once again. Thank you so much for inviting me to join this program. Thank you so much.
There was one question from Dr. Tanuja, who has written that I've got a patient who has taken first dose nonavalent, second dose quadrivalent. So what should be the third dose, either quadrivalent or nanovalent? Yes, Dr. Reena ji?
Anyone can be given. Anyone can be given.
Absolutely, absolutely. So now thank you very much, Dr. Abasina madam. And now we have the next three talks, and which will be chaired by Dr. Reena Vani. So we welcome, I'll share my screen. Yeah, so we have with us now Dr. Shalini Rajaram. I'll just put her CV here. Yeah. So Dr. Shalini Rajaram is the professor and program coordinator of MCH Gynecologic Oncology at AIIMS Rishikesh Department of OBGYN. And she has been the past president of so many organizations, a well-versed academician, and she's doing an excellent job in the Committee of Oncology Committee of FOGSI as well. Over to you, Dr. Shalini. We want to hear from you. We would love to hear from you the screening guidelines of FOGSI GCPR, and we are eager to hear what to do next and all that. Thank you very much.
Can I share my screen? Am I audible?
Yes, please. You are audible. Kindly share your screen.
Is it seen?
Yeah. And your timer has started. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Priya, Dr. Lakshmi, Dr. Parag, Dr. Rishikesh Pai for this platform, because I think FOGSI is the largest platform. And whatever you say here, it's going to go across to a large number of people. And we've already heard three very brilliant talks. And I'll be talking about the screening guidelines, that is the FOGSI GCPR, and GCPR stands for Good Clinical Practice Guidelines. So basically, Dr. Saraya said the incidence is coming down, but the numbers are going up. So because our population is going up. So maybe a decade back, we had 72,000 deaths due to cervical cancer, but in 2020, it was at 77,000. So the incidence may be coming down, but our numbers are going up. So we cannot stop our screening practices and our vaccination practices. And as Dr. Usha Saraya has already said, that we have a very heterogeneous population across the country. So the screening guidelines for the very rich, like in Mumbai, or all the corporate hospitals will be very different from that in maybe the rural areas where the affordability for an HPV test, etc., it may not be that much. So FOGSI GCPR, I think, very nicely framed these guidelines in 2018, so that all sections of the population are taken care of. My slide moving? No. My slide is not moving.
Slide is not moving.
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
You can just stop sharing and again reshare. Sometimes it happens, this glitches. You can reshare.
Okay. Let me see if it goes from here. Yeah. So this was the document that was published in 2018, and most of us here were contributors to this guideline group, including Dr. Saraya, Dr. Priya Ganesh, and many of us. And it has two parts, that is screening and management of pre-invasive lesions of the cervix. It's present in a PDF document, which all of you all can have on your tables to actually browse through, because there are so many algorithms for each. If it is HPV positive, what you do, if it's cytology positive, what you do, and for each of them, there is an algorithm. And it also has the HPV vaccination part, which Dr. Reena has already covered. So we already said that India is a vast country with diverse social, cultural, and religious practices. So there is difference in clinical practice and access to medical care in different parts of the country, but that doesn't mean we stop screening. Screening has to be done with whatever methods you have, and we need to screen every single woman. We have about 480 million women to screen, so that's a large number to screen. So that's where self-sampling will come in use, because you can't do a PV or PS examination of every single patient. The people who come into your clinic, obviously you will do a clinical collected sample, but the people who are in the periphery who cannot come to your clinic, then these are the ones where you will recommend a self-sampling. And universal cervical cancer screening is the need of the hour, and this is what the cervical elimination program of WHO also says, that it has to be at least 70% have to be screened with a high performance test. A high performance test probably will not be cytology or VIA, visual inspection with acetic acid, but maybe an HPV test, and the prices of that is going to come down. Just like HPV vaccine, we have made in India HPV vaccine, that cost has come down. Likewise, the cervical screening with HPV is also going to come down. So these are some algorithms drafted to empower professionals, irrespective of the resources. So they developed a panel of experts from all over the country, and this is evidence-based. Everything that is said in this algorithms or in this FOGSI GCPR guidelines is based on evidence, and it's based on available resources, clinical condition, population preferences, and research evidence in the Indian context.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, आपके slides अभी भी change नहीं हो रहे.
Change नहीं हो रहे.
हाँ, अभी हुआ, ma'am.
I'm still talking on this slide.
Okay. क्योंकि मुझे messages आ रहे हैं. हाँ.
Okay. Is it changing now? This changed, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we have the FOGSI GCPR guidelines, which stratifies healthcare systems into two major categories. The categories with good resources or good resource setting, where there is no lack of facilities, including trained doctors, laboratories, and equipment, and settings with limited resources, which lack adequate equipment or staff to perform and interpret the results. So this was also published in the Journal of Obs and Gynae Research, and you can see Dr. Nija Batla had spearheaded this guideline making, and Dr. Usha Saraya and others are also authors to this guidelines. So when we talk about the setting, we talk about good resource settings and we talk about limited resource settings. In the good resource settings, we have the screening tools, which are the primary HPV test. That is, you do only primary HPV testing, which is probably better than doing co-testing, because cost-wise it is better and it gives you lesser conflicts. Or co-testing, or you do cytology or VIA. So with primary HPV testing, the biggest advantage is if it is negative, that is, it is very unlikely that the woman is going to develop cervical cancer in the next 5 years. Co-testing is also the same, very unlikely that she's going to develop cancer in the next 5 years. So, but you don't need a cytology to add to this. Or cytology, they say, is a good tool, provided your cytopathologist is very experienced and your cytology reports are good, you're able to corroborate it with your histopathology and your colposcopy findings. And it is labor intensive. It is labor intensive, it is expensive, you need a big setup. So cytology, if it's already there in your setting and you're happy with it, you continue with it. Or visual inspection with acetic acid can also be used in good resource settings, like Dr. Saraya has already said. That is an extension of your pelvic examination. You can do a VIA soon after do your PS examination, and it takes 1 or 2 minutes, but it requires some amount of learning, and you need to have a quality control that whatever you're doing is right. You're not over-diagnosing lesions. Then the triage test, if you have a primary HPV test, you can triage with either cytology, triage in the sense if it's positive, you can do cytology, you can do an HPV test, you can do an HPV genotyping, only 16 or 18, because these are the most aggressive of the genotypes, and these are the ones which generally cause cervical cancer. The others usually regress, whereas these persist. Then you can have a colposcopy and biopsy, VIA and biopsy. And the management tools are, of course, excisional techniques like LEAP and conization, and ablation techniques like cryotherapy and thermal ablation. And in a single visit approach, if you're in a good resource setting, you can also do a colposcopy and then treat the patient. But it's difficult to do this in a single visit, except maybe with VIA. VIA, you see a lesion and you think that she needs colposcopy, you can see it at the same time. But for cytology, you have to wait for the report. For HPV, you have to wait for the report. And in limited resource settings, they say the visual inspection with acetic acid, it costs only a few paisa to actually get the acetic acid, which is 5% acetic acid, which we use for bathing the cervix and visualizing any lesions. But if you have not yet done have any setting like cytology available, and you want to move to low-cost HPV testing, that can also be done in a low-resource setting, whereas cytology was not possible in a low-resource setting because the entire country could not have these good cytology labs. So HPV definitely is not so labor-intensive. It is very precise. It is done by machine. It is done on PCR-based. It gives you a positive or negative reports. So very few false negative reports, unlike in cytology. Then the triage tools available are colposcopy. If you don't have colposcopy in the low resource setting, you can also take a directed biopsy after VIA. And the treatment options are similar. In low resource settings, we probably would do ablative methods and then send the patient for lipoconization if you don't have it in your primary health center or in your hospital. And screen and treat is one approach which is very, very important, that you see a lesion, you treat it with ablation because the patients don't return to you for follow-up. This I've seen even in a HPV screening program in the community, 50% of them don't come back even if they're HPV positive. So this is a problem which we have to address. Then the modalities, I think Dr. Saraya has also said, it's HPV testing, primary HPV testing, co-testing, cytology or VIA. Limited resources is VIA, and an affordable HPV test, which will be introduced soon. Just as we've introduced Cervivac, you're going to have made in India HPV tests, which are going to be available very soon. Then the target age group is, like Dr. Saraya said, at 25 years, you start with cytology, and world over, because people would have started sexual activity early and sexual practices are changing worldwide. So you may start with cytology earlier than 30, maybe at 25, and you can stop at 65. And in limited resource setting is 30 to 65. But WHO actually now says you can do it between 30 to 49 years. And VIA is not such a good method in postmenopausal women because the transformation zone or the squamous columnar junction recedes into the cervical canal. And age to start is cytology is at 25 years. Primary HPV testing and co-testing is at 30 years. VIA is you start at 30 years. And HPV testing frequency every 5 years if she's negative, and cytology it's every 3 years if you're using cytology. And VIA, the government of India recommends that you do it every 5 years. But this is from 30 to 65 years of age. Then age to stop screening in good resource settings and in limited resource, they say 65 years with consistent negative results in the last 15 years. A woman with no prior screening should undergo tests once at 65 years, and if negative, she can exit screening. The follow-up method, that is once she's positive and you've treated her, it could be either HPV testing or cytology. You don't do it earlier than 12 months because earlier I think we used to call them every 4 months, every 6 months, every 1 year, but you don't need to do it earlier than 12 months for in good resource settings, and in limited resource settings around, again, at 12 months. So once you treat them, they're positive, you see them 1 year later. But if she has a positive report, CIN2 plus or CIN3, they say you should screen for 20 years. But now we call HPV as a test of cure. If there are 2 HPV tests negative after 1 year, and again after another year, maybe she can go on to the screening, regular screening, which is once in 5 years. Then screening in hysterectomized women is not necessary if it was removed for a benign cause. But you should know the result of the cervix, what was the condition of the cervix by your histopathology reports if you have to stop screening. And if indications for hysterectomy are not clear, then you may perform it at the clinician's discretion. And whenever there's a cervix, suppose you've done a subtotal hysterectomy for any condition like PPH or PID, etc., the cervix is still there, so you have to screen. The follow-up of women with CIN in hysterectomy report needs to be screened with HPV once at 6 months and once at 18 months, and then she can exit screening or go on to screening with the regular screening. Then immunocompromised women. Earlier, we used to do it every year for immunocompromised women, but now every 2 to 3 years is sufficient, and this is what even the latest guidelines say. And VIA testing, if affordable, but and cytology or HPV once in 2 to 3 years, at least twice as often as the general population. The single visit approach is effective, feasible, and cost effective for resource constrained settings, minimizes non-compliance and loss to follow. A single round of screening over 35 years has led to, I can't see my slides, led to more than 25% reduction in lifetime risk of cervical cancer. See and treat approach in a colposcopy clinic, and screen and treat approach in a low resort setting when you can do a visual inspection with acetic acid and do a cryotherapy. Or better than cryotherapy, thermal ablation now has made it much, much easier to ablate the transformation zone. So the criteria for various single visit approaches are, in a see and treat, you should have a colposcopy clinic. The patient is referred with either an abnormal cytology report or abnormal HPV report. The colposcopy scoring shows a high-grade lesion. You can do either excision or ablation at the same sitting. And there's a low probability of over-treatment because of the high specificity of actually colposcopy, not cytology as much, but colposcopy. And post hoc analysis of biopsy report, you can get the report after excision. So an HSIL, suppose you find an HSIL or an LSIL and there is a high-grade lesion on colposcopy, you can go ahead and excise the transformation zone. The screen and treat approach is for the community in public health programs. A VIA detects an abnormal lesion, either anywhere in the cervix. The criteria for the ablation is fulfilled. We'll talk about these criteria a little later. Treat immediately with or without biopsy, and lower probability of over-treatment in high prevalence areas. And post hoc analysis is possible if biopsy is taken. So, so you can choose what test you need, depending you want to screen with, depending upon the cost to the patient, depending upon which area you're practicing in. But today, I think HPV testing is the best method for cervical cancer screening, and it can be triaged with either cytology or even VIA. VIA is a good tool to triage HPV. Centers with an established cytology program with good quality indicators may continue to do the same. Like Dr. Saraya, I think, is very, very happy with her cytology program, and she herself is a good cytologist, so they have a very good cytology program. But if you don't know where your cytology report is coming from, any pathologist may not be able to give you a good report. But suppose you have a good cytopathologist in your area who does a lot of cytology screening, then you could use that pathology lab. And VIA is as good compared to cytology and is suitable for us in low-income settings. So wherever possible, colposcopy should be used to obtain a guided biopsy. Otherwise, you can use VIA to guide your biopsy, but never take blind biopsies of the cervix. So if you look at the accuracy of cervical cancer, of screening, you see that cytology has a sensitivity of 62% to 72%. Specificity is very high. That means if you have an abnormal report on cytology, it is likely that she's harboring a high-grade lesion. But if the report is negative, it doesn't mean that she's not harboring a high-grade lesion, because either your collection technique, your smearing technique, the air drying artifacts would have obscured the cells in question. So visual inspection with acetic acid, you can see, is as good as cytology. And specificity is a little lower. It is definitely lower because VIA picks up even inflammatory lesions. It's not necessary that it picks up only pre-invasive or invasive lesions. And visual inspection with Lugol's ID is it's a tool to be used along with acetic acid to better delineate the lesion, but it causes a lot of drying of the cervix and is not used in the community programs. But you could have it in your clinic to better delineate the lesion once you've identified a astro-white lesion. And the specificity is also the same. And HPV DNA testing, you can see that it is very sensitive. It's very sensitive. So you will be diagnosing patients with infection, but not actually the disease. And it has equal specificity or slightly lower specificity than cytology. So you choose whichever screening test you want to choose. If you're doing cytology, continue with cytology. Does your lab meet quality indicators? Yes. Can your hospital afford HPV testing? Yes. Then you switch to primary testing. If it cannot afford, you continue with cytology, because cytology costs maybe 300 rupees or 150 rupees, whereas HPV testing will cost you about 1,500 to 2,000 rupees. And then if she's positive with HPV testing, then you go on to doing a colposcopy and biopsy. If they cannot afford HPV testing, you can just do VIA alone. You have facilities for triaging. Depending on what facilities you have, you can again use whichever facilities you have for triaging, and like this, in the same way, you can have appropriate management. So ablation and treatment using the screen and treat. Or so you have at least about 13 or 14 algorithms like this in the book. And if you're doing HPV testing, am I right? Yeah, HPV testing, and she's negative. It's such a good negative predictive test. That means if she's negative, hardly ever likely to develop a cervical cancer in the next 5 years. If she's positive, what do I do with these pictures? I minimize it. Okay. If HPV is positive, then you can triage with VIA, or you can triage with HPV genotyping, or you can triage with cytology. And depending upon positivity or negativity, she goes on to routine screening or colposcopy and biopsy. And then you have the FOGSI GCPR guidelines to manage CIN also. So you can look at those guidelines to manage once she's CIN. So cytology, if she's ascus, you don't have to do colposcopy immediately. You can call her after 1 year also. But if she's more than ascus, if she's more than ascus, then you do either a colposcopy and biopsy. And if she's or HPV testing, and I
Dr.
prefer.
Shalini, sorry, we are running out of time. So if you can just summarize in the next 1 minute, the next few slides.
Okay, I will summarize. So basically we have 13 algorithms, which all of you all can look at. And these algorithms will take you to directly to treatment. So cytology algorithms, HPV positive, then atypical endometrial cells, you have to do an endometrial curettage, and atypical endocervical cells have to be managed differently. You can't miss AIS because adenocarcinoma in situ definitely needs a hysterectomy. Unsatisfactory smears, if you have 1 or 2 unsatisfactory smears, you must do a colposcopy or do HPV or do a VIA. Don't keep waiting for more unsatisfactory smears. And this is the Government of India guidelines for VIA between 30 to 65 years. If she's negative, goes on to routine screening. If she's positive, you do a colposcopy and biopsy. And then basically whether she has CIN1, 2 or 3 or invasive cancer, then they require either LEEP or ablation. In a screen and treat approach, the lesion should be eligible for ablation. That is, it should be entirely visible on the cervix and should not involve more than 2 quadrants of the cervix. The entire lesion should be located on the ectocervix, that it's a type 1 transformation zone. You should be able to cover the lesion with your cryotherapy probe. Multiple overlapping applications can be done with thermocoagulation. You do not suspect invasive cancer. If you suspect invasive cancer, you have no business to ablate. And a screen and treat by cryotherapy is contraindicated in patients with postcoital bleeding or postmenopausal bleeding, obvious cervical growth, etc. And then summary is any test, whatever you want, depending upon the availability. Primary screening with HPV testing is probably preferred, and it might change in the future. And choose your screening test and treatment modality according to resources. Single visit approach is to be practiced. And screening effort, the purpose of screening is to identify disease and treat it. Do not overtreat, but sometimes I think overtreating is okay if you ablate a transformation zone when an HPV positive patient. In fact, that WHO advises that. That's fine, but quality control should be maintained, and you should be able to know what to do with your positive patients, because that's most important, which is treatment. So it is a public health problem. It is a major public health problem, being the second most common cancer amongst Indian women. Developed countries have resulted in prevention of 70% of cervical cancers. We can do it too with these guidelines. And I think we are gearing up towards a cancer-free India, cervical cancer-free India soon. Thank you so much. Sorry for overstepping the time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shalini. It was a mammoth task to cover everything, and I'm sure our audience can also go to the website and download the FOGSI GCPR later on. But it's now my pleasure and privilege to invite our next speaker, Dr. Priya Ganesh Kumar, who's the convener of today's program and the chair of the FOGSI Gynec Oncology Committee, to talk to us about the ASCCP 2019 guidelines. Dr. Priya, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just share my screen. Thank you very much. So the guidelines are actually made for us to guide us how to take up cases, or how to go about with our cases and the case managements. So 2019 guidelines of ASCCP is a risk-based management guidelines. It's a consensus guidelines. And I'm going to quickly, in this 18 minutes, going to take you through these guidelines. It looks very this thing, but it's a very simple guidelines. So this is the 4th American society this guidelines. It has been keeping on having changes from 2006 to 2012. We all were talking about 2012 guidelines, but now this key difference between the 2019 guidelines and the previous versions were that the colposcopy initially was recommended for, test positives, it was a algorithm based guidelines. Now what they have understood is it's a risk-based guidelines. That means it can be done if there is any combination of history or you have an unhealthy cervix or something of that sort, you can still go ahead doing a colposcopy. So that's exactly what we understand with ASSCP. And how did they achieve into all these? Where, because they did, this has been a prospective longitudinal cohort study of more than 1.5 million patients. And over a decade, with the case of PAMIT, Northern California, which we call it as KPNC. Now, these guidelines, now I just brought one example over here, how we have to think about, see, every time guidelines, you have to know how to use it in your day-to-day practice. Now, this is a 44-year-old. She's coming with post-coital bleeding. So there itself, it's what does this guideline says? You can do it for a post-coital bleeding or a post-menopausal bleeding, do a colposcopy directly. So you can have that, or you can have an unhealthy cervix. So here, PS is unhealthy, but she came with this thing of HPV negative. The screen report is HPV negative. So had we stuck to the previous guidelines, we would have done HPV negative, okay, no need. But definitely understand, dear friends, that a guidelines is to make you understand when to do a colposcopy, how to take up these cases. So let me take you through this. So this is the case, and we have done a colposcopy, we have done a biopsy, and this biopsy report, now you see this is an HPV negative report, and her LBC is negative, NILM, and her HPE is a SIN2. And we had tweeted it to 6 or 7. So unhealthy cervix is an indication for colposcopy. So this is how you understand the guidelines. Now, the recommendations are, again, as I told you, to reiterate, it is not on risk. It is depending upon your, previous status, your current history of how it is. Now, again, the guidelines are, again, you don't have to do too much of a colposcopy. So it can be deferred, You can do a repeat HPV or a repeat co-test whenever there is a low risk of underlying SIN3 plus risk. And you also, these guidelines covers up expedited treatment, where you just go directly with the treatment. You do not even want to wait for the biopsy. I'm going to come to that now. So, and then this guidelines also tells about excisional, in the excisional treatment is preferred for an HSIL SIN2 or SIN3 rather than ablative. That's also been pointed out. And then it has come up that let's use 2-tier system of the histopath report, like, HSIL SIN2 plus or SIN3 plus. And additional to that, how do you go with the reflex testing if HPV is positive? So this is all what is being told in this guidelines. Again, we do have understanding of surveillance. So let's go to this chart. It's a very important chart. And it is understood by, as I told you, over a decade, they have studied 1.5 million. And they have found certain understanding that if there is an immediate SIN3 plus risk of more than 4%, that's the clinical threshold, you go ahead doing a colposcopy. If the SIN3 plus risk is below 4%, then you can do a surveillance. And even there's a chart for surveillance you can see on the right side. Now, what do you see in a what do you look at into? You look into the immediate SIN3 plus risk. If this risk is about 60 to 100%, there you can do an expedited treatment. You do not have to wait for the biopsy report. If this, I'm going to take you through those charts as well, those dabbas, to make you understand these boxes. Then you have, suppose, if this there is a 25 to 59% of risk factor for SIN3 plus, then either you do an expedited treatment or you do a colposcopy biopsy, wait for the report, and then do a treatment. So that's agreed, accepted. And then if there is the immediate SIN3 plus risk of 4 to 24%, you do a colposcopy. Now let's look into it. And similarly, you have the surveillance. When will you call her? In 1 year, or in 3 years, or in 5 years? Let's look into it. Now, how did they achieve this clinical action threshold? What is that? They have achieved it at 4%. That if it is, say, if it is a low risk, like LCIL say HPV negative ascus, they can keep it under surveillance. That's exactly what we have to understand. So high grade lesions like ASCH, glandular lesions or HSIL have a high risk. Low grade lesions like these have and a low grade lesion like HPV positive ascus or HPV positive LCIL, they're just over 4%. So you do a colposcopy, you can wait. Or HPV positive NILM, but HPV positive on 2 consecutive reports, that is persistent HPV, again carries a lot of weight. That means here we will definitely do a colposcopy. Now otherwise, see HPV positive NILM one time, HPV negative LCIL or HPV negative ascus, then you can just wait, you can repeat the test after a year. So that's exactly what you understand by this clinical threshold. Now I brought for you those boxes, those colorful boxes. Now, what is the KPNC data of expedited treatment? Who fits into it? HPV positive HSIL cytology has an immediate risk of SIN3 plus of 49%. And SIN2 plus of 77%. HSIL cytology, which is HPV 16 positive, has an immediate SIN3 plus risk of 60%, SIN2 plus risk of 77%, and immediate cancer risk of 8.1%. So in this strata, if I do a treatment directly, okay, if we do a treatment directly, that means we are not waiting for the biopsy. Okay, we are waiting. We have all these and we are going directly with the treatment of excisional. Then what happens is 1.7 per patient would receive a little excess, of excisional procedure over SIN3 plus who are treated. So that's a low rate of over treatment. Similarly, if I go with the second box of 25 to 59%, who are the people who are fitting into it? HPV negative HSIL cytology. Now here you can see for yourself SIN2 plus risk and SIN3 plus risk. HPV positive ASH cytology, HPV positive glandular, atypical glandular cytology, and HPV positive HSIL cytology. Now on this report, if we treat the patient directly, then 2.8 patients would undergo excisional procedure, little extra for every SIN3 plus treated. Okay, that's what their understanding is. And then who are the people who you do a colposcopy, wait for the biopsy, and you can just wait. I mean, you have done it. So they are LCIL, HPV positive ascus, all right, and HPV positive ascus or a previous 2 HPV positives. Now, when we talk about the 4% surveillance, it is below that. So all the low grades we can keep for surveillance. So this is one of the, I have brought this all from the ASSCP guidelines. So it's already there. You can go through those, publications. So they have done an excellent understanding that of how to take up the cases. So here, HPV positive ascus is the case. Immediate SIN3 plus risk is 4.5%. You do a colposcopy. On a colposcopy visit, they have found the biopsy has been taken, all right, and it is less than SIN2. So what do they do? Now here, 5 years SIN3 plus risk is 2.9%. So the management would be call after 1 year. Now, in this 1 year, what happens? Say the HPV positive ascus remains. Now that means there is a persistent of HPV positive. So what happens to the immediate SIN3 plus risk? It has jumped to 3.1%, but yet less than 4% of a clinical threshold. Hence, you call her up after 1 year. Now, similarly, you're going down. So the second surveillance can be either they have completely become negative, or it has remained the same. So go for a colposcopy. Remember, dear friends, these guidelines are brought up to make you understand. Don't become jittery. And especially these are American guidelines. There, each and every colposcopy is charged by the government, and hence this had to be done. And you have this updated management of HPV positive. What they say in this whole thing is the whole crux is you do a genotyping. If it is 16 and 18, go ahead, triaging. You will have to triage it with the genotyping to understand 16 and 18. And you go ahead with the threshold. If there's a 16 positive and HSIL, threshold becomes 60% where you do an expedited treatment. Now talking about glandular lesions. Okay. Now cytological glandular lesions associated with histological diagnosis. it is, going up to SIN2 plus is 9%, invasive cancers being 2%. And what do they say over here is test results of HPV positive AGC favors neoplasia. Immediately the SIN3 plus risk has raised to 55%. And over here, what is understanding with all this jumbled up slide is that even though the rates are low, you have to do a proper, curating, endocervical curate. You have to achieve to that there is no cancers or anything remaining out. Endometrial cancers also sometimes poses the thing. So you do have to also have endometrial sampling. So this is what we have got, that evaluation of cytology interpreted as AGC or AIS. This is what exactly which I just told you. Now, management of AGC. Now, again, what you can do is initial cytology is AGC, not otherwise specified. Then you can co-test at 1 year and 2 year, and both are negative. Co-test after 3 years. If there is some SIN2 but no glandular neoplasia, then you can again do a retest after a year. Then if there is an initial cytology of AGC favors neoplasia, okay, or AIS, then you can do immediately, you have to go ahead doing a diagnostic excisional procedures. This is something, the understanding. And again, we do have sometimes, we cannot see, there is an absent transformation zone, or it's this thing. How do you take these up? So these guidelines are also very important, where understanding that if this age is 20 to 29 years, you just do a routine screening. Age about 30 years, HPV, everywhere it is HPV. First do an HPV. If it is negative, routine screening. If there is no HPV, then you repeat the cytology in 3 yearly if you are into cytology. But HPV is a mandate. So co-test is always better. And if there is an HPV positive, understand the genotyping and take it up ahead. Many a times, benign endometrial cells in premenopausal patients or benign glandular cells. So in these cases, if this is asymptomatic, premenopausal or benign endometrial or endocervical or histiocytes, no further evaluation is required. This is B2 level of evidence. And for postmenopausal patients with benign endometrial, what do you recommend? What is that Dr. Shalini was just telling about? For post-hysterectomy patients with the cytology report of benign glandular cells, no further evaluation is required. Now we talk about ASH. Now in KPNC data, we have said that HPV negative ASH and HPV positive ASH have a different SIN3 plus rates, but similar cancer rates. You can see the cancer rates, becomes immediate cancer risk is 0.69%. Hence, all this ASH has to be properly evaluated. When you talk about 16 and 18 and these things, again, there is an understanding that HPV 18 positive NILM had a 3% prevalent SIN3 plus risk, but even though that is disproportionate, the cancer rates have increased. Okay, so the risk of cancer, we are all doing these guidelines to understand that we do not want our patient to go into a cancer. So I brought one case for you, 65-year-old who was NILM, and this is the images, colposcopy images. Her 18 is positive. And this is NILM on this thing. Of course, we don't expect much in a pap test. And what do you understand over here is she had a history of poorly differentiated malignant tumors favoring adenocarcinoma. So always do a PSPV is one thing. Again, unsatisfactory screening test. Colposcopy is performed after 2 consecutive unsatisfactory screening tests. So this is the guidelines for unsatisfactory cytology. When do you do it? HPV negative, what will you do? Age-based screening after 2 or 4 months is important. If it is HPV positive with an unsatisfactory cytology, do a colposcopy. 16-18 positive, do a colposcopy. Now talking about multiple biopsies, it has been said that, multiple biopsies is preferred, no problem, you can do, but usually we do a target-based. Now what is ECC recommendations? ECC recommendations, whenever there is a glandular or when you cannot see the TZ, it's a TZ3 and all, you better do a ECC. We're talking about HSIL. Again, you have to see with a colposcopy. HSIL, you will have to understand it correctly. And if it is, you can do an ablation if you can see the SCJ well. And if it is not visualized, go for diagnostic. Now, 2-tier system is one thing which has been adopted. We all are adopting this 2-tier system. We have to understand HSIL SIN2 plus or HSIL SIN3 plus. This is how we normally are coming up with our understanding. And then talking about, suppose now this is the crux area where SIN2 plus is there, but she doesn't want to get treated, or she's getting more potential effect for treatment on future pregnancy. She's a young patient with SIN2. Then what is to be done? So what you do over here is, whenever you have these type of understanding, what you can do is, for a patient who is 25 years or older, observation includes colposcopy and HPV-based testing. Again, every time HPV-based testing at 6 months interval up to the years of 2 years. If during the surveillance, all the evaluation demonstrates less than SIN2 or less than as sketch on two successive occasions 6 months apart, subsequent surveillance should occur at 1 year after the second evaluation. And if all the three are negative, then she can go further for routine. So that's exactly this chart, what is for HSIL. Now, when it is now conditions where ablative therapy is unacceptable, we all know this, that cryo is not recommended where the squamocolumnar junction or the upper limit of any lesions is not fully visualized. Endocervical canal sampling is diagnosed as SIN2 or SIN that cannot be graded after previous treatment for CIN2 and in the setting of inadequate biopsies and if the cancer is suspected. Definitely you will not, but thermal ablations in cases where there is a large lesion, nowadays we can do thermal. So this is what the evaluation of normal cytology is. PAP test. If you have PAP, in a negative, the 5 years SIN3 plus risk is 0.26%. You repeat every 5 years. If HPV is negative, PAP is negative, 5 years SIN3 plus risk is 0.08%. Repeat every 5 years. HPV is negative, 0.14%. Repeat every 5 years. Similarly, evaluation of abnormal cytology, we have all these things. ASCUS has an immediate SIN3 plus risk of 2.6%. Plan is 1 year follow-up or do HPV. LSIL 5.2%, above 4%, so do a colposcopy. HPV positive, ASCUS 4.5%, do a colposcopy. HPV positive, NILM less than 4%, repeat after 1 year, follow-up. And ASH, immediate SIN3 plus risk is 35%, excision and HPE. HSIL 70%, excision and HPE. Atypical glandular cell 30%, you do a colposcopy, endocervical and endometrial biopsy. So that's exactly how you take up these cases, and these are all put into the chart. You can go through these. I brought one case and then I will finish off my thing. See, 42-year-old, white discharge, non-foul smelling. Now her LBC is HSIL. She has been triaged and she is non-16/18 positive. This is her report of hybrid capture. This is her report of genotyping and her HSIL. So she is HSIL. So now we have done a colposcopy on her and you can see this report. Now, once this is done, we have taken a biopsy that is shown as only SIN1. But remember, dear friends, she is cytology, she is HSIL. So we go ahead doing excisional one where we have done a leap for her. And we have found that her margins are free and she is SIN2 and SIN1 at some places. So this is guidelines truly helps you to take it up. You can take all these guidelines from this. You can download this ASCP mobile app. So I finished my talk by saying that focus on these steps in front of you. The whole thing might look very, perplexed. So don't fall into jargons, go one step, understand each thing and take it up. So thank you very much for patient hearing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Priya, for finishing on the dot of time and giving us a very clear insight into with case-based examples. We'll have a discussion at the end of the third talk, which is now by Dr. Bhagyalakshmi Nayak, who is our past chairperson, and she's going to talk to us about the latest WHO guidelines. So over to you, Dr. Bhagya.
Dr.
Please
Bhagya, you
unmute
have
yourself.
to unmute. Kindly unmute.
Please. Jignesh, can you see that Dr. Bhagyalakshmi is done? Yeah, wonderful. Please go ahead, share your screen.
Sorry.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes,
we can.
Go ahead.
Please go to full screen.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Is it fine? Yes. So I think we have gone through a lot of guidelines, FOGSI, ASCP, and finally this is yet another guideline. So please don't get confused with the guidelines. These are two simple things, and why the guidelines have been changed and the latest guidelines, why we are discussing about that is because in May 2018 we had the WHO which issued a call to action for the elimination of cervical cancer. I think we have heard a lot about the elimination, and because this is a totally preventable disease, so WHO is focusing on elimination of this. So that is why we have the latest guidelines. So I think we all have to agree that there was a goal that by 2030 we should be able to vaccinate 90% girls and screen 70% women and effectively treat 90% of them. But I think the 2030 is very close by and we may not be able to do that, but still I think we have to try. So as of now, we have three approaches. One is a molecular based, one is a cytologic, and one is a visual inspection. And out of this molecular, we have nucleic acid test, we have DNA methylation test, and we have protein biomarkers. And cytology, again, we have the conventional PAP, we have the liquid-based cytology, and the dual staining, and visual inspection, we have VIA, VILI. So about everything we will be learning in this 3 days time. And this is to take you through what are the guidelines. So as of now, the Government of India guidelines is still VIA, which is visual inspection with acetic acid, which is done once in 5 years. But I think all of you who are here today will agree that it has not been able to bring down the rates of cervical cancer, which we have been hearing from our previous speakers. So we have to look up to some things new by which we can be able to reach a little more ambitious goal. So I think change is mandatory. We do not drive the same car 10 years later. So we have to see about something new. So this is the WHO new guidelines which were in place. And so WHO guideline for screening and treatment for cervical pre-cancer lesions for cervical cancer. So again, that the policy behind everything is that to reach incidence of less than 4 per 100,000 women. So we transition from the 2014 guidelines to the newest 2022 guidelines, which was issued in July 2021. So here the recommendations for there were a little different. One is for the general population of women and the other is for HIV positive women, because we, as we also already know, that HIV positive women are 6 times more prone to develop cervical cancer as compared to normal women. So WHO recommends using HPV DNA detection as the primary screening test rather than VIA or cytology in screening and treatment approaches among both general population of women and women living with HIV. That is understood. So WHO encourages to do HPV testing. Why? We will know about that a little later. But the remarks are that existing programs with quality assured cytology as the primary screening test should be continued until you have HPV DNA testing. So I think whatever tests you have, WHO guidelines are that you continue with them until you have a HPV DNA test in place. So WHO suggests that using an HPV DNA primary screening test either with triage or without triage to prevent cervical cancer among the general population of women. So with HIV, it is a little different that WHO recommends using HPV DNA detection as the primary screening test rather than VIA. It's the same. But then with HPV DNA being used as a primary test in HIV positive women, it is always that the treatment has to be planned after a triage. So this is the guideline from cytology and VIA. We are moving away to HPV DNA testing and then screen and treat approach or a screen, triage and treat approach. So if it is a screen and treat approach, where we do not triage or do a second test to confirm the presence of pre-cancer or HPV positivity, this is followed directly by treatment with cryotherapy or thermal ablation or referral. But we can also do a screen, triage and treat approach, as Dr. Shalini has told, that will cut down our rates of treatment. And triage is done by HPV DNA genotyping, 1618, visual inspection with acetic acid, or cytology or colposcopy. So you can do anything to confirm that this HPV infection is something ominous and needs treatment. And this has to be followed in all cases who are HIV positive, but screen and treat approach directly can be done in normal women. So in women living with HIV, women living with HIV need to be retested more frequently after a positive screening test and after treatment before moving to routine screening intervals. So they are 12 months for women living with HIV and 24 or 12 months for women in the general population, depending again on the test and the context in which you are living. If cervical cancer is more common there, I think you have to screen them more early. Once a decision to treat a woman is made, suppose you have picked up a case who needs treatment, it is good practice to treat as soon as possible within 6 months to reduce the risk of loss to follow-up. Women who are pregnant can defer until after pregnancy. However, in circumstances when treatment is not provided, if the patient doesn't come back for treatment within this time frame, that is within 6 months, you have to re-evaluate the woman before giving her any kind of treatment, because there is always a chance of progression of the lesion. So when providing HPV DNA testing, WHO suggests using either provider or self-collected samples. So either it can be done in a clinic setting where the woman comes to the clinic and it is collected by a provider, maybe a doctor or a paramedic, or it can also be a self-collected sample, which is also equally effective. So this is how this is the HPV kit, how it looks. So this comes with a brush and a kit like container, but usually it is recommended only after 30 years, because before that many of them will be positive and which are of no clinical significance. And sample collection procedure for HPV DNA PCR. So HPV sample collection kit for HPV is done by this cytobrush or broom and a tube containing liquid preservatives. So sample preparation is done like this, and you collect the sample, introduce it into the endocervical canal, collect it in the container, and then this is a cervical brush. Secure the lid of the container and send it to the laboratory for testing. So unlike cytology, there is no risk of breakage of the sample and all those things. And we have a good sample from the endocervical canal and the ectocervical canal. This is also practical. Underserved populations can be done, and sensitivity is less than physician collected sample, and non-participation is a greater risk. So this self-sampling is a better option. In these cases can be done at the privacy of their homes. And this is the Evalin brush, and there's another Copan brush which can be used for self-sampling. So, but then while transitioning from a program with a recommended regular screening interval, screening even just twice in a lifetime is beneficial among both the general population of women and women living with HIV. If you are not do it adequately, at least twice in a lifetime is good enough. And WHO also suggests that the general population of women who have screened positive on HPV DNA primary screening and then negative on a triage are retested with HPV DNA testing at 24 months. And WHO suggests that women from the general population and women living with HIV who have screened positive on a cytology primary screening test and then have normal tests on colposcopy are retested with HPV DNA testing at 12 months. And if negative, move to the recommended regular screening interval. So similarly, these are the recommendations which you can see. The WHO suggests that women living with HIV who have screened positive on HPV DNA primary screening and then negative on a triage are retested with HPV DNA testing at 12 months, unlike in normal population where it is 24 months. So this is again the same thing. WHO suggests that women from the general population who have been treated for histologically confirmed diseases may be retested at 12 months. And WHO suggests that women living with HIV who have been treated for histologically confirmed CIN 2 or 3 or treated as a result of positive screening test are retested at 12 months with HPV DNA testing when available, rather than with cytology or VIA or code testing. And if negative, are retested again at 12 months. So that's the difference. We test them twice in the women who are HIV positive. So it could be a screen and treat or a screen, triage and treat. So this we have already discussed. In HPV DNA as primary screening test starting at the age of 30 years and done every 5 to 10 years. And for women with HIV, HPV DNA testing as primary screening test starting at the age of 25 and done every 3 to 5 years. So in the screen and treat approach, the decision is to treat is based on a positive primary screening test only. In the screen triage and treat approach, the decision to treat is based on a positive primary screening test followed by a positive second test, which is called a triage test. So, and when to stop screening? So after 50 and after two consecutive negative screening results consistent with the recommended regular screening intervals, So after the age of 50 years, WHO suggests screening is stopped after 2 consecutive negative screening results consistent with the recommended regular screening intervals among both the general population of women and women living with HIV. So, but the remarks is that neither VIA nor ablative treatment are suitable for screening or treatment of women in whom the transformation zone is not visible. So inadequate visualization is typical after the menopause. So priority should be given to screening women aged 30 to 49 years in the general population of women. When tools are available to manage women aged 50 to 65 years, those in that age bracket who have never been screened should also be prioritized. However, WHO suggests a regular screening interval of every 5 to 10 years when using HPV DNA detection as the primary screening test. Where HPV DNA testing is not yet operational, WHO suggests a regular screening interval of every 3 years when using VIA or cytology. After the age of 50 years, this is for HIV, WHO suggests screening is stopped after 2 consecutive negative screening results consistent with the recommended regular screening. Again, VIA nor ablative treatment are suitable for screening or treatment of women in whom transformation zone is not visible because the transformation zone recedes into the endocervical canal. And priority should be given to screening women living with HIV between 25 to 49 years. And WHO suggests a regular screening interval of every 3 to 5 years when using HPV DNA detection as a primary screening for women living with HIV. So HPV testing rather than VIA, HPV alone or a triage, and every 5 to 10 years a screening interval in general population. Women living with HIV, HPV with triage rather than VIA or cytology, and every 3 to 5 years screening intervals. So we need to scale up all these screening methods. So in general population, we have discussed this. I'll go through some algorithms. So if you are doing VIA, this is again a WHO guideline. If you don't have HPV testing, you are doing a VIA test. If she is negative, rescreen in 3 years with VIA test. If positive, eligible for ablation, directly do a ablative treatment with a thermal ablation. If not eligible for ablation, do a LLETZ. So if she suspected cancer, you can refer. So if you are doing a HPV DNA testing, if she is negative, everything is good, you call her back after 5 to 10 years. If she is positive, then again, if she is eligible for ablation by VIA, you do ablation. If not eligible, you do a large loop excision. If there is a suspicion of cancer, you refer the case. So if you have cytology in your hand, if she is negative, call her back after 3 years. If she has ASCUS, immediate triage with HPV test. If available. If not, you can, if there is something more than ASCUS, you have to do a colposcopy directly. And if you have HPV test, HPV negative, rescreen in 3 years. If HPV positive, then you do a colposcopy. So again, HPV DNA testing by self-sampling or collected by clinician. If negative, call her back after 5 to 10 years. If positive, you can do a triage by 16-18 genotyping or other high-risk HPV types. If she is 16-18, then we have to determine the eligibility for treatment and do the treatment. If she is other high-risk positive, you can do a VIA, follow steps after VIA as required, or you can do, if she is eligible for ablation, we can do a cryo or thermal ablation, or as it was in the previous slides. So this is again, the other thing is that if you have HPV DNA testing, you can directly, if she is negative, you can call her back later. If she is positive, you can also do a directly colposcopy if colposcopy is available. And so similarly, you can also triage with cytology and plan accordingly. So I think all the options are open for us. You can look up the web and see any guideline which is suitable for you, plan according to that. So again, this is again, if you have HPV positive, directly put acetic acid, and if she is eligible for ablation, do a thermal ablation, or if she is not eligible, you can do some kind of excisional procedure. So I think single visit approach has to be encouraged. That's a way forward, and screen and treat approach with VIA, HPV or cytology has to be looked at. And colposcopy, everyone should learn colposcopy. I think Priya is a great teacher of colposcopy. I think you should all take advantage of her. And portable colposcopes are now available, and this can go to the last mile. Health workers can capture and transmit the images. We can incorporate artificial intelligence, which can help us in diagnosis. And the pictures are really, really great, even with the small machines. I think they are comparable to the huge colposcopes which we were using previously. But then the crux is that 1 out of every 4 women in the world is dying of cervical cancer is an Indian. So we have to be very careful about that. And then the capacity to prevent cervical cancer requires more than high performance screening tests and screening guidelines. So it's not necessary that we know the guidelines. We have to implement it. That's more important than knowing the guidelines. So I think we have to rise by lifting others. So I think we have to, this is our duty to give her a smile. So please do a speculum examination. Please know the guidelines and see the cervix, treat them, and have a good day. Thank you all. So I think thanks to ICOG, Dr. Lakshmi, Dr. Priya, who have taken this huge initiative. And I think all will be inspired to come into the fold of prevention of cervical cancer. Thank you so much, Dr. Reena.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhagyalakshmi. And in such a brief, nice way, you have finished, in fact, before time, but given such important messages. Friends, after the first 3 talks, the next 3 talks have also been very important. I'll just summarize 2-3 important key messages we have got from these. Dr. Shalini Rajaram beautifully talked about screening guidelines and mentioned that these are algorithm-based and resource-based. And friends, here she's talked about triaging, single visit, and see and treat. And there were lots of questions in the chat box also. And 2 key points which she has replied in the chat box is how to prepare that acetic acid. And please remember, it has to be freshly prepared when you're talking about 5% acetic acid, and it will not last more than 12 to 24 hours. So you need to prepare it in that manner. So thank you, Dr. Shalini, for clarifying that. Dr. Priya, of course, what can I say? Her case-based examples and emphasis on the risk-based guidelines versus algorithm-based guidelines was very important. And she focused on the local adaptation of our international guidelines. Dr. Priya, later on, maybe you can answer this important question, which you mentioned about having the ASCCP 2019 guidelines from the app. So there were some questions that, is this app free for everybody or is it only for members? Unlike, of course, the FOGSI, yes, it's free. Okay, we can download it. Thank you very much. And of course, all of you are aware what Dr. Shalini spoke about. The FOGSI GCPR guidelines are available for all FOGSI members, free. Last but not the least was the latest WHO guidelines, where Dr. Bhagyalakshmi focused on the fact that we are looking at HPV DNA testing as a primary test. And she focused on screen and treat and screen, triage and treat, and the little bit of difference for HIV positive women, which is a significant group of women because we are having more people living with HIV and AIDS. And one very important message, which all of you must remember, is HPV as a primary tool is most effective after 30 years. And proper sample preparation is also important. And what I really liked, friends, is what she said at the end. Screening does not save lives. It is treatment of screen-treated lesions that saves lives and proper implementation of guidelines. I thank all 3 speakers for their wonderful, lucid presentations. And there are lots of requests in the chat box for sharing the presentation. So Dr. Priya, I'm sure you can answer that, and over to you for the further proceedings. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Dr. Reena. Thank you for summarizing, and thank you, Priya, once again. Thank you.
Superb summarization, and thank you very much, Dr. Shalini. Dr. Bhagyalakshmi, you are the co-convener of this program. And now we move ahead to the next talk. Is Dr. Sundari there? I was trying to locate.
Yes.
Because I am not able to see her.
Madam is there.
Madam is there. Okay, I could see her now. So now we have the next thing. Like, after seeing so much of a guidelines, don't get odd, like what is to be done or perplexed. We have to only use this for the benefit of our understanding. That's the only thing which I wanted to say. And for chairing this 4 talks, Madam, I'm able to hear you. Yeah, I'm able to see you. Yeah. So for all this, we have our own Vice President of FOGSI, Dr. Alka Pandey. Alka Pandey, Madam, you're there. Dr. Alka Pandey, Madam, you're there. Dr. Bhagya, can you see Dr. Alka Pandey, Madam?
Yes, ma'am, she is there.
Yeah, she's there. Okay, thank you. I'm not able to see that. All right. So now we have the next set. How to arrange screening camps. Then we have screening in LMIC countries from Pakistan. Then we have screen and treat approach by Dr. Paul and our own Dr. Nija Batla, Madam, for a new FIGO 2018 classification. So we start with how to arrange screening camps from Dr. Sundari Madam, and let me share the PPT of Dr. Sundari Madam. Yeah. So here we have, she's the senior consultant, MS Ramaiah Hospital, and retired professor from the same medical college, a very active person. So Madam, over to you. I will stop sharing the screen. We will love to hear from you. Madam has done plenty of camps. She is the right person to talk on this, how to arrange a screening camp. And I know Madam since long time she has been doing, and I think nobody in Karnataka would be doing so much as you are. So, over to Dr. Sundari Madam.
Am I audible, Priya? Yeah. Thanks to Dr. Priya and Dr. Lakshmi for involving me into this prestigious CME on cervical cancer. Can I share my screen, please? Is it seen? Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay.
Kindly go ahead, madam.
Thank you. Okay. Now, as Priya said, we have been listening about the screening methods and the guidelines, various guidelines, everything. Okay, the theory is very good for us. But if we need to really implement it, how difficult it is to implement all these things and achieve our goal of 2030 elimination. Here, I limit my talk to camps organized for cervical cancer screening alone. I'm not going to talk about the general medical camps which we usually do it. Okay, temporarily, what is the, actually when we say, what is the camp? A temporarily arranged service by either a government or most of the time it is arranged by NGOs in a specified locality in order to provide a limited medical facility or educational, sometimes diagnostic services, and of course, a very minimum opportunity to treat them at the same site. Okay, otherwise we are referring them to other hospitals for treatment. The types of the camps we have is mega camp. This is mostly done by the politicians in Karnataka, I know, and they have educational material. Stalls will be there for the nutrition, for the hygiene, and the waste management, so on and so forth. Then general health camps are very commonly done everywhere. I do Alliance and Rotaries, very often they do. These are very helpful for the people who can't reach the medical services on their own. And specialty camps, we know cardiology, ophthalmology. We used to do a lot of ophthalmology camps for 25 years and pick up all the patients of cataract and bring them to Ramaiah Hospital, and then we used to treat them. Umpty number of patients we have done it. That's very useful for them. Then mobile camps. Now the beautiful mobile buses are available with all the facilities in that. Even to do a mammography, the facilities are there. Maybe 1 crore the bus costs. Suppose all these people, Rotaries and all, they do have it, and they go place to place and do the camps. Now the periodic comes at a regular interval. This I was involved for the last 25 years in a place called Muddanahalli. Every 4th Sunday we used to do a camp where about 2,000 patients we used to cater to. And every time when I go in a month, I used to say 1 case of advanced cervical cancer, bring them to Ramaiah Medical College Hospital and say we have to give a radio chemotherapy, and the people say we can't afford, we can't stay so long in Bangalore, we have to go back, and we used to lose the patients. That's the time it pricked me, saying that what am I doing as a gynecologist, a preventive cancer, and I'm picking up in a later stage to hear that she is no more. That given me a thought, and according, I met incidentally one more lady who has the same ideas to do something to the society. Then we started the camp. Now, what I'm going to take is through is a small story of my experience. This is the Mahati Trust. We started in 2000, 13 years back, that is in 2011, we started, both of us. Our aim was at that time, eliminate cervical cancer from Karnataka. This is in 2011. And 2018, the WHO says the same thing. From that time, I have been struggling to do some work in the Karnataka to change the scenario. Now, this is what are the difficulties we have to arrange the camps and how successful they are. My own experience, I'm going to put it. Please bear with me. Now, what is our objective was reach the unreached and touch the untouched people in the villages. So mostly we concentrated the camps, screening camps are in the rural for the rural population. Awareness talks both in urban and rural population, we took it. Now, any camp we have to arrange, we must take the permission from the statutory bodies. and meet the community leaders in the place where you are going to do the camp, so that their goodwill is very, very important for us, so that our life becomes very easy and our camps will become successful. Then select the location, date, and time of the camp. Create awareness. This is most important. Is the general camps, we don't need to do all these things. I initially submit saying that I'm talking only about the cervical cancer screening camps, which is very, very difficult because people won't come to get the screening done. They don't lie down on the couch when they have no symptoms. That's why we have to create awareness. That's very, very important. Select the staff and event logistics. Of course, we know about that. Now, the general health camps is very easily organized. The public is attracted to such camps because they get the free food and sometimes they get the free medicines also. People who need further evaluation, they'll be given some chits and they go to the further hospitals. And then the specialty camps, yes, they need a regular checkups. So the people are directed to the concerned hospitals nearby and then they are given the checkups. This ophthalmic was very successful with us. We have done quite a bit of surgeries. Then specific camp is the cervical screening camp. I feel it's the most difficult one. A random camps, just I go in this location, I go to some place. I have done pap smears of 70, 80 on a day. And then we have given some vaccine or we gave some educated talk and come back. And we don't revisit that place. Then what happens to that pap smears, what we have done? Who is following those women who are unfortunately become positive in pap smear? These are all the challenges. And first of all, when you talk this, people won't come. I used to go and sit for 1 year. Every time for the camp, 2 or 3 women would turn up. Wait. And with the real, with this one, I used to come back thinking that I failed in my purpose. So rural population-based cervical and breast screening camps, we have arranged how it is. This was a marathon task. And this is the district I have taken because we used to do, I told you 25 years we have done the camps there. So I was familiar to the place and the place was familiar to me. So I chosen this district called Chikballapur district. This is 60 kilometers from Bangalore city. And they have got 6 talukas in that. 55 primary health centers, 2 community health centers, 5 taluk level hospitals, and 1 district hospital. This district hospital now luckily has been attached to a medical college. A medical college in this over 11, 12, 13 years, a medical college has come up in this place and the district hospital has been converted to medical college attached hospital. That's our luck. Now, how we went through the PHCs, I said 55 PHCs. Each PHC has got a sub-centers and under each sub-center we have villages. So eligible women in the villages we have taken is 25 to 65. I think all the previous speakers have spoken why it is 25 years, because in a village population, very early marriages, very early childbirth. So we chosen because we had the youngest lady who had cervical cancer in the villages is 26 years. So I have chosen as 25 to 65 years, the age limit for this. Now, this is, please remember, this is not a random camps we are doing. It's a population-based. My aim was whole Chikballapur district, all the eligible women need to be screened. That's a bit which we have gone and we stabilized ourselves there. Now, what we thought initially, as all of us said, health workers, especially ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers, they are really very useful people. Their service is enormous. But we thought same thing, utilize them. And then we took the permission from the DHO of Chikballapur district. I had permission to do the entire district, the camps. Okay, that was good. Then awareness talks were given to sensitize the health workers first. Why we need this, what is the necessity and what is their role in this. And I trained all the PHC staff in VIA and as well as taking the pap smear. This is what I've given talks to them. And then I made them, each one of them to do a pap smear on themselves, other person, so that all the health workers who are there, they have not been screened. So I made them screen each other so that they learn to screen. They know what is the discomfort they have, how much time it will take, so that it is easy for them to go and tell the public about these things. So with that idea, I have trained them and then awareness talks and I trained them literally to do the screening. I thought everything is going on well, but it was miserably I failed because we can't use the health workers unless the government implements it, and through government, they will not come to us and help us as a private NGO. That I realized. And then one more thing is, it's very, very difficult to convince the patients to come for the camp, because especially breast examination, they may, but the cervical, looking at the cervix and taking a pap smear is next to impossible with the rural women. So what do? It went on for 1 year. I was literally failed in my task. And then I was thinking what to do. Then came up something. This is all we went through for 1.5 years nearly. Then what we learned is we really have to go, because that time I was really in service and I was working full time in Ramaya Medical College. So to have the time to put it in a little more hard work was difficult for me, but still I thought we have to manage it. Dedicated team has to be there. No more I can depend on the health workers from the government side. Train this dedicated team. And then first thing we thought is give an awareness to the public. Intense awareness I have to do to the public so that they will come without any hesitancy to get the screening. This is the marathon task, and it's a real challenge for us. Then to start the screening, the age group I said about. For that sake, still I produced a film and in the local language, so that everywhere in the PHCs, the film could be shown so that the people will know and get some awareness, and they get some stimulation to come and get the screening done at their doorstep. And this is the team dedicated scheme I trained. These are the 2 people, key people for me even today after 13 years, who does the work very sincerely. She is the one also we have trained. And this is the way it goes on. And we added the giving the medications, infections we have to treat. So we thought buying the medication and the appropriate medication we are giving. Again, I started reorientation program for this is the teachers group and some doctors whom I thought they would come and help me in this camp. So give awareness talks to the doctors, but nothing worked for me. It is difficult with their own routine works. The doctors are not to concentrate or dedicate their time to this is the difficult thing. So what we did, dedicated team was trained for screening awareness, plan and protocols were prepared, house to house visit for creating awareness. Apart from general awareness, house to house, this girl would go and then talk to them. We have trained her what to talk, what not to talk, not to use the word cancer and use the word something else. And we in our own language, like Kannada here, we said that we trained her. She effectively goes to house and talk to the people, spend the time. 2 times she will visit them before she brings them to the camp. Screening on prefix dates in a government schools. Luckily, I had a certain amount of support from the government. So government schools have been given permission to 1 room will be given there, and we can do the screening tool. At this time when I started, it was pap smear. It continues to be, because as you know, in the villages, early menopause, and then you can't see the transformation zone. So VIA was not very successful for me. So I switched over only to the pap smear. I continue to do pap smear because HPV DNA for the population-based screening is not possible for me. So this is the way the camps go on. We take the proformas, we fill up the addresses and the brief history of all the patients, and all those proforma, it will be entered into the computer. The other person who is from IT, she is my secretary of the trust, and she would do all the job. And we have a whole lot of recording of all the information of all patients we do have now. This is the screening with pap smear, colposcopy and biopsy treatment was initially we thought of. Now, this is the way we have to go. The dates of the camp are fixed at the beginning of the month, and weekly for 1 camp, that is 4 to 5 camps, depending upon how weeks we have in the month, we do. Villages are chosen for the camp in the previous month. Dates are given in the previous month. Government schools are used for the screening. Asha and Anganwadi workers are sensitized so that they don't put any hurdles. They don't come and help us, but they don't put any hurdles. But sometimes they bring their relatives and then themselves they come for the screening. The village heads are met and their cooperation was sought for. Then we have the visual inspection and clinical breast examination. Visual inspection of the cervix is done and the smear is taken. And then the prior to the camp, door-to-door awareness, as I told you, we do it, and stipulated day, we call the woman and we do this. Then the cytology reports are scrutinized by me. And initially, the Kidwa Institute of Oncology used to help me for the 10 years. It helped me and with the beautiful reports. And we had a lot of cases we have diagnosed early CS services. Thanks to them, But later on, now we have some problem with the kidney. They are not able to do for me. So I have switched over to one of the laboratories where for the concessional rates, they do pap smear with the reasonably good reports. Now, luckily, we have one medical college has come up in the area. The hospital is there, postgraduates are there, and the staff are there. So we are using. There is one more hospital which has come up, very dedicated hospital, Satyasai Hospital in Muddanahalli. These two people, we are having an MOU, and then the patients will be sent there for the further evaluation and management also, but we follow them up. Cytology positive patients are taken to these hospitals, and then women are followed until they get the proper treatment. That is one thing we are able to do. Vaginal and cervical infections are treated because a lot of trichomoniasis and bacterial vaginosis I'm seeing. Maybe the trichomoniasis, there are few papers which we saw is a pre-cancer. I mean, it may lead to pre-malignant lesions if it is not treated. Some papers I saw, a lot of women, it clusters, we have some villages, we'll have most of the women having their trichomoniasis infection. Yesterday also we screened a woman, that village has got a lot of trichomoniasis infection. So we started treating them also. Now in the district hospital, I had the colposcopy, they were good enough to allow me to, they purchased and procured and put a colposcope. So pre-screen positive women, I used to go bring them to Chikballapur district hospital where I used to do colposcopy and biopsies. Now I think this has become easy for me. Now achievements or awareness about the cervical cancer is good in the whole district. Now there is no resistance for coming for the camp and then getting the screening done. Majority of the women undergo screening. The refusal rate has come down from 50 to 1 to 2% for the screening. Now, there's still the challenges are there. Screen positive women are not complacent with the further evaluation because they are asymptomatic. And one more thing, what I'm doing, I'm really worried is women undergoing unnecessary hysterectomies. When we say you need further evaluation, they get terrified. They go to some hospitals. I don't know why they do. Even last week it has happened, and I'm very, very upset about it. Hysterectomies they are undergoing. In a premier institutes, they are going and getting hysterectomies also. Refusal of the treatment is the major hurdle. Screen and treat, I'm not able to get the consent from the patient for the screen and treat. Now, from the health department, still after 13 years, I have hurdles. Whenever the district authorities change, health officers change, again, they ask me for another application to get the permission. And they take 6 months to give me the permission. And then giving permission to NGOs, other NGOs, in the same place to conduct the same camps. These are all I'm facing, but every time I have to visit them and then try to convince them that this is the work going on for the last 11 years and you have to allow me to do. And recently also after the COVID, soon after the COVID, the district health officer had changed and 6 months the time was lapsed for me before I could get the permission to enter the taluka. Now, this is what, in short, what we have done is, I mean, a very little work we could do because I don't have financial assistance. Great financial assistance, only self and relatives and all which we do. 407 villages we have done so far, 27,000 and almost like 27,500 women we have screened. That's a very little for so much. The future plans we have is to change the screening method if possible. I want to take the smart scope and then see so that the pap smear can come away if it is possible. To bring the screen and treat protocol, I mean, little more awareness is needed for the women to undergo the screen and treat. And then cryo machines are available and I have trained the people to use the cryo machines, and HPV DNA is far-fetched imagination for me. Anyway, it's a long way to go for me to finish another 3 big talukas I have to finish. I have finished 3 talukas now. But anyway, it is, as we know, not even a tip of iceberg we are saying. But if we do, there's like Sarita, when she took over as IASCCP president, she said one thing which I liked very much. Each one of us, if we can screen 10 women a day, and the whole FOGSI members, I think with 1 year time, we can screen entire eligible women population. That's what I request all of you. Each of us adopt 1 or 2 villages. Especially rural is important. Urban, it is picking up and the screening programs are going on as I see. But in a rural, if we adopt 1 or 2 villages near to the place where we live, and then we can do a day or 2 in a month, if we can dedicate for this work, I think it goes a long way to achieve our goal of 2030. I think I don't need to sell. Together, we really achieve. Priya is going on telling all this, all of us know about it. We reached the target. That's a ray of hope. One day in my tenure, hope I see cervical cancer free Karnataka and India. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Madam, you surely will. You have been doing such a huge mammoth work. And of course, many of the people are also around, are also doing. So I think this will be possible. And excellent.
With your guidance, I think, and with your zeal and enthusiasm, it's not untrue. It will happen, I think. If
Yes,
I
madam.
can do in Karnataka, yes.
Of course, madam.
Because all other states were all there to look after, but Karnataka, yes.
Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you.
Now we move to, is Dr. Alia Begum with us from Pakistan?
Yes, ma'am.
Jignesh?
Yes, she's there.
She's there. All right.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
after understanding how we have been doing the screening camps and how difficult it is. It's not the cup of, it's not a cakewalk. We all know about it. Bhagya is also doing so many camps. We know it's not a cakewalk. It is a real tough thing. And still, we are moving ahead. Now we'd like to know from Dr. Alia Begum. I'll be sharing her, let me share her PPT for your, her CV. So Dr. Alia is a master's in health professionals education. She's an associate professor and gynae oncologist. She's a chair of oncology committee of CEFOG and director of fellowship program of gynecologic oncology. And she is in Department of OBGYN, Aga Khan University Hospital, Karachi, Pakistan. Over to you, Dr. Alia. Thank you for accepting the invitation. And you will be talking on screening in LMIC countries. So from India, now we are going to LMIC countries and seeing what are the challenges. Dr. Alia? Is Dr. Alia not there? Jignesh?
She needs to be unmuted, Priya. She just put a message saying that I need to.
Ma'am, I have already gave all the permissions to her, but she is not accepting it.
How can you solve this issue?
Ma'am, I have made her the co-host. She just have to
Dr.
start.
Alia, try unmuting yourself. Dr. Alia? I can't issue what's saying.
Oh, just a minute.
Kindly check it up again, please. And then other next speaker also is there with us, Dr. Paul from Stanford University. Even it will be great to hear to Dr. Paul as well.
Hello,
Alia?
good evening. Hello,
Hi.
good evening. No, I'm not the one you are talking about. I'm the participant. Actually, the name is same. He has unmuted me.
Ma'am, I have unmuted Alia Tabassum also and Alia Begum also.
All right. All right.
Alia Begum, I think she has started screen sharing.
She has done the screen share. Dr.
Okay.
Alia, you're able to speak as well or unmute? What is it? Is Dr. Alia not able to unmute herself? Hi,
Ma'am, she
Dr.
is
Paul.
unmuted.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
We can.
Sorry.
Kindly go ahead.
I have some technical fault with my camera, so I apologize. I can't turn my camera on.
Doesn't matter. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Can you put it in full screen?
1 minute.
If it's possible.
It is full screen on my side.
Kindly go ahead.
Can you all see it?
Yes, we can.
All right. So I was impressed. I want to thank Dr. Priya and Professor Bhagya Lakshmi for inviting me for this important session. So far, it has been very interesting, and I'm going to add whatever I can about cervical cancer screening in LMIC. I do not have any conflict of interest. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about burden of cervical cancer in LMIC, the screening challenges in LMIC, cytology versus HPV testing, and current guidelines, which some of you have already covered, and newer techniques. So as we all know, that cervical cancer still is the 4th most common cancer worldwide, and it is causing over 85% of new cases and 80% of deaths from cervical cancer in LMIC. And actually every 2 minutes a woman dies from cervical cancer. If you look at this, you can see that it is more common in low and middle income countries. And if you compare this with the high income countries, the deaths are almost 50% to higher because of this. So even though there are some incidences of invasive cancer in high income countries, women are not actually dying because these women are caught at a clinically early stage, or they have adequate treatment. So this is the inequality of this disease among the low and middle income countries as compared to high income countries. So if you look at this WHO Global Cancer Cervical Card, in which they have ranked countries based on cervical cancer mortality, you can see India is the topmost and Pakistan is number 7. And Bangladesh, China, and Brazil, they all are in the first 10 due to in mortality due to cervical cancer. So this is alarming. So if we want to prevent it, what can we do? I'm not going to talk about the primary prevention by HPV vaccine, which I'm sure somebody has already covered or will cover. So I'm going to talk about the secondary prevention by screening in the preclinical stage. So if you look at how can we screen, of course, we have the old cervical cytology method. Now we have the HPV testing, and we have to compare these two, and some newer technologies have come, which we will talk about. So what is the value of cervical cancer screening? So if we find precancerous cell changes during screening, and it can be monitored, it can be treated, the risk of developing cervical cancer is 3 to 10 times greater in women who are not regularly screened. So this is the value of screening, that we all should try to educate our women and to employ ourselves. So a little bit about the history of screening. You can see that it started in 19th century when identification of cervical cancer as a STD was made, and introduction of surgery for treating the disease. Then early 20th century, cervical cancer was found common in female sex workers and in women whose husbands had multiple sexual partners, particularly with prostitutes. In 1920, Papinacolo developed this technique of cytology-based screening, and the colposcope was also developed by some German technologists. 1940s, pap smear screening begins as population-based screening in some high-income countries. And in 1980s, the linkage of HPV was developed with cervical cancer. Tobacco was also linked in 80s to cervical cancer. In 2000s, first human papillomavirus vaccine was released. So this is a little bit about history of what is happening. Now, what are the barriers for effective screening? Of course, in low middle income countries, we have limited and inadequate health infrastructure. Our governments are spending much more on other things rather than health. And there is almost non-existent population-based screening in almost all LMIC. So what we all are doing is opportunistic screening. So whoever comes to our clinic gets screened. Whoever cannot reach clinic or can reach the screening areas, they do not get screening. We do have lack of trained personnel for screening, trained personnel for reading the pap smear, or lab personnel. And of course, the cost is exorbitant. So our patients cannot afford the cost of pap smear or HPV. I'm sure it is common in all LMIC. And also our women have a poor health-seeking behaviors. Our women, they are taught in that way that they don't have to take care of themselves, but they take care of the whole family. So by the time they think there's something seriously wrong, probably the disease is quite advanced. Inadequate information and access to existing screening options. And that's why these screening camps are very important, because women are not going to go and seek screening, especially when they are not being educated. And the foremost thing which is a barrier is the stigma associated with the disease. So because it is this disease is associated with inappropriate sexual behaviors or multiple sexual partners, so whoever gets it, they are being tabooed and stigma is attached. Oh, they have this disease, so they must have done something wrong. So this is a stigma which is very common in our Southeast Asian population. So what are the barriers in implementing cytology-based screening? Of course, it requires electricity for microscopes where the cytologist or cytopathologists are going to read. We need supplies to perform the testing. We need trained cytopathologists to interpret the results. And it also, the success of pap smear relies on continued interval screening over time. And this proves difficult for populations without a developed infrastructure for testing. So even if you do an opportunistic screening and if women is from rural population, they do not turn up for follow-ups. So this is quite challenging in implementing cytology-based screening. And when we look at the evidence in developing countries, if we look at meta-analysis of cytology-based screening, it has shown sensitivity range as low as 11% and specificity as low as 14% for detecting high-grade lesion like CIN2 or greater. So pap smear is less reliable, less cost-effective, and it's probably impractical for LMIC. So other methods are visualization methods as primary screening, like VIA or VILI with Lugol's iodine. So VIA is low cost, safe, and can be performed by a wide range of medical providers owing to its simplicity. So you can train your TBAs, the trained birth attendants, the lady health visitors, nurses, all these can be trained for VIA. It requires less infrastructure because it as compared to cytology, you just require probably acetic acid and results are given immediately without a need for laboratory processing. So this is good because the women can get treated in a see and treat approach then and there. They don't need to come for follow-up, which they are of course going to be lost for follow-up. So overall sensitivity is 80%, specificity of 92%, and a positive predictive value of 10%. A negative predictive value of 99% of VIA means that if a woman is negative with VIA, there is a 99% chance that she will not have this disease. So this is important, and that's why visualization methods are being very commonly used and very widely used in India, in China, and in Bangladesh, and they are proven to be very effective. Now we have this newer techniques, which is digital colposcope, and I've seen India has developed and is using its own digital colposcope. This is very effective. It's a use of digital technology, which anybody can use and can send the pictures to a central place where there are people who can, formally analyze the pictures. And of course, these digital colposcopes are very effective because some of them can actually screen and say that it's green, amber, or red. So those who are red can be formally referred to the tertiary care centers. So this has revolutionized the screening in LMIC, and they are very cost effective. I heard that these were like just 4 lakh Indian rupees, these digital colposcope or smart scopes as they call. So they are very effective in this. So then we come to the question in LMIC, is cytology better or HPV testing better? HPV test is as we discussed, that it is a little expensive, but it has, I'll discuss in the next few slides how it is being helpful. Cervical cytology, we have discussed the challenges with cervical cytology in LMIC. So we have some recent literature that this is a randomized trial of 60,000 women in China, in which it showed that HPV testing as a primary screening provided a 2 to 2.7-fold yield for cervical intraepithelial neoplasia grade 2 or worse, and this is it's very effective. So this was a randomized clinical trial, and if you look at this article by Nirja Bhatla from your own India, again, it says that primary HPV screening is ideal for population-based cervical cancer screening, and this is applicable to low, middle, and middle-income countries. So ACOG recommends this screening recommendation that you don't have to screen in women aged less than 21. In 21 to 29, pap smear every 3 years is required. In 30 to 65, you have to do co-testing with pap smear plus HPV, and age 65 plus, if they have had previous adequate screening, you don't have to do screening. And after TH, only if it was done for any pre-invasive cervical cancer. So Bhagya Lakshmi has already covered the WHO guidelines, and I just want to take one important point that WHO suggests either in the following strategies, that is HPV DNA detection in a screen and treat approach, starting at the age of 30 and regular screening 5 to 10 years. And HPV DNA detection in a screen triage and treat approach, again, starting at age of 30 and regular screening every 5 to 10 years. So in the low resource countries where we do not have HPV DNA testing available or operational, WHO suggests a regular screening interval of 3 years when using VIA or cytology. So this is how the WHO has done the difference. If you're using HPV, your frequency is reduced, so you just have to screen every 5 or 10 years, right? Now, this is a very interesting new technology, the SCARE HPV testing system, which is a portable system. It is simple, fast, low cost, and robust method. It is also semi-portable, and it's known as, it can take care of 90 specimens in approximately 3 hours, and the cost is just $4 to $6 per specimen. So this is a relatively rapid HPV testing, which can be done in the clinic or in the camps. Patients may await results and undergo visualization of the cervix with acetic acid or digital colposcopy in the same day if they are HPV positive. So this is a very effective method for low resource countries. So in conclusion, global cancer incidence is expected to increase by 75% over the next 20 years. LMIC are expected to account for more than 95% of deaths due to cervical cancer by 2030. And cervical cancer screening with HPV testing is recommended based on current evidence. National health screening programs in the form of pap smear, HPV, VIA should be introduced. So what is the screening future? Screening a woman just one time in her life after the age of 35 decreases her risk of dying from cervical cancer by 70%. So this is a very important take-home message today, that if we can't do frequent screening, at least we can do one screening at the age of 35. And her risk of dying from cervical cancer drops by more than 85% if she is screened every 5 years. So these are figures which we can quote and which are motivating to us. Now, despite all this, more than 1.5 billion women worldwide have never been screened. And the traditional cytology-based screening is not a viable option to screen these 1.5 billion women. However, the new technologies discussed offer a way to accomplish this daunting goal. So we can have this portable HPV testing in which women can give their own self-sampling, as Bhagya Lakshmi discussed. This self-sampling is taken by women themselves, either in their camps or in the clinics or in their homes through the vagina. They don't have to, take the sample from the cervix. It's taken from the vagina. If it is taken by some swabs, these swabs can be kept for at least 2 weeks at room temperature, so that cold chain maintenance is also gone. And these new technologies are actually revolutionizing the screening future. And the only thing is we should be aware of it, and we should make our government understand that we need all these, which are cost-effective HPV self-sampling devices with these kind of portable machines, which are very, very cost-effective. Thank you.
Excellent, Dr. Alia. Indeed, HPV is the way forward for LMIC countries, and no more can we say that no, we don't have money. But then, of course, VIA is still there for people who really cannot afford. It's VILI is still there. Thank you very much. And now I invite the next speaker. Dr. Alia, can you stop sharing this? Yeah. Can you stop sharing your screen?
Yeah, 1 minute.
Thank you very, very much. And now we go to our next talk. And for that, we have, now I'll just share my screen. Dr. Paul, I will formally introduce you, Dr. Paul, and then you will be in the position to start your talk. So first of all, a very good morning to you. I know it's very early morning that you have joined us. And thank you very much to accept this invitation. I know with a cup mug of, so here we are at the dark night, and now you are out there with your early morning fresh start. So here we have with us Dr. Paul Blumenthal, who is a professor emeritus of obstetric gynecology, Stanford University School of Medicine. And he directs SPIRES, the Stanford Program for International Reproductive Education and Services. He's been advisor to numerous international NGOs such as Pathfinder, Family History International, PATH, JAPIGO, PSI, World, WHO as well. And he has over 35 peer-reviewed publications. And all that said and done, now currently he is focusing on potential of menstrual blood as a means of screening for HPV and AI for colposcopy. So very interesting CV indeed. And he is going to, talk about screen and treat approaches, which is again one of his very favorite topic. I know, Dr. Paul, over to you. And I stop sharing my screen. The whole thing is yours. All right. Kindly go
Thank
ahead.
you. Thank you, Dr. Priya. It's a pleasure for me to be here this morning and for you this evening. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can definitely.
Okay, great. So I wanted to give everybody, and I realize I'm in a dangerous position because I suspect that I'm the only person right now standing between you and dinner or going home at any rate. So, or maybe most of you are home since it's a Zoom presentation. But I wanted to share maybe some big picture concepts about screen and treat, or what the term we termed, or that we coined, was single visit approaches to cervical cancer prevention, because the concept is that whatever needs to happen, whether it's the screening or the treatment, and the screening and the treatment, or a referral upstream to a place where more advanced treatment can be provided, ideally, this should be provided in a single visit. And what I'm going to do is share some big picture concepts and then drill down onto where I also think this is going to be going. I show you this picture of the hippo and her babies here because, as we all know, and I've heard some of the previous talks, this is a disease. Cervical cancer is a disease that strikes women in their prime child rearing years. And I think that what we need to do is, if a woman dies from cervical cancer, and let's face it, in most countries, in most LMICs, if you get cervical cancer, you're dead. There's not a whole lot that the oncology community can do for a stage 3 or stage 4 cervical cancer. So our best bet lies in prevention. I wanted to share this slide because many of you may know these statistics, but this shows them in a sense of how disadvantaged we have been in cervical cancer prevention compared to other entities. And so, for example, you can see here that if we look at what's been done to reduce maternal mortality, and the numbers aren't that dissimilar in terms of how many women die from the problem every year. This slide is already a few years old, and I suspect that more than 270,000 women die annually at this point from cervical cancer. But you can see that in maternal mortality, because of the world's interest, their mortality, they have improved mortality by 34%. Whereas in our world of cervical cancer prevention, it has actually increased by 45% because there just hasn't been very much funding put into cervical cancer prevention. That's something that we need to fix. If I look at India in particular, and I listened to some of the other presenters emphasizing how much work we have to do. Well, this is a very interesting graphic here to show you exactly how much more work you have to do. Because if you look here at the population pyramid of India, you can see that India has a fat part of this pyramid right in the reproductive ages. Now, it does look like the family planning programs of India are having some effect because the population pyramid is narrowing a little bit in the younger years, which means the population doesn't keep growing, but is going to stabilize. And a lot of what I do is also family planning. But what I wanted to show you here, that if these are the normal screening ages that we're recommending, and we're having a hard time screening people now. This is actually, it says on the slide Kenya, but it's not Kenya, it's India, I promise you. That if we think we are falling short of achieving our screening targets now, just wait until all these women yet to come into the screening ages reach it. We have more work to do. So we have to be more efficient and more cost effective. Now, I wanted to share this slide with you because I think it's emblematic of everything that we've been through from the 1950s when the pap smear was first invented until the 1990s. And that was everybody was concentrating on the screening test. How good could the pap smear be? Could we make it better? It's like making a better mousetrap. People were not thinking about the links to treatment because it was just assumed that they were there. And they were not speaking about screening coverage. And I'll show you a slide in a second that kind of links this to COVID, but that our concepts have evolved. And now we view this as a very equilateral triangle. Yes, we need to have good tests, but even in addition to what the previous speaker, actually the previous two speakers just said, it's not, in my view and in my experience, the test we use for screening is relatively unimportant. It doesn't matter what test you use, whether it's VIA or cytology or HPV. Do the test you can do most frequently and most cost effectively. If a test has a slightly lower sensitivity, it doesn't matter. If you go with a more expensive test, but you can only reach 50% of the population, you're not going to get it done. If you go with a test, maybe with a slightly lower sensitivity, but you can screen 90% of the population, you're going to accomplish a lot more. But these links to screening, I mean, between screening and treatment, having an effective treatment immediately available and getting that coverage, that's the critical thing. If you look at similarities between cervical cancer and COVID, there are lots of similarities. Unfortunately, in my country, there have been too many similarities because if you've read the news, you know of all the problems that we have had with COVID vaccines. And just yesterday in our Congress, somebody brought up a bill to investigate COVID vaccines because they think they're dangerous. I mean, the craziness that we have to deal with in my country, you wouldn't believe. But the point is that, let's face it, COVID is a virus. Cervical cancer is caused by a virus. We have vaccination resentment, or we have vaccination concerns. In my country, and I'm sure in your country, there were problems with getting enough people to be tested, getting enough people to have the vaccine. So we had coverage issues. And again, do we have a treatment? Yes, we have treatments for COVID for mild disease, such as Paxlovid, et cetera. But we also have treatments for precancer. So it's really a very similar situation. And there is a COVID dividend for us because of, for example, just the antigen test that we developed to test for COVID. There's going to be a dividend for that in cervical cancer prevention. The most important thing that I want everybody here to remember is that screening by itself has no intrinsic preventive value. You screen all the people in the world, every single woman in India, unless you can link them to an effective form of treatment immediately, if possible, screening by itself doesn't do anything. You have to link them to a treatment. And that's what leads us to the single visit or screening and treatment approaches. There are good data from around the world to suggest that if you have better linkages between testing and treatment, then you will have a more successful program. If you look at the conventional approach, which is, let's just say, the Pap smear, and if I do a Pap smear and then the patient goes home and then I have a positive Pap smear, I have to call her back somehow. I will only be able to offer treatment to 50 or maybe 70% of those who actually need the treatment. But if I do a single visit or screen and treat approach, and I have that treatment standing by, I can treat 80 to 95% of the people who need treatment. And that also, as I said at the very beginning, goes for better linkages when referral is needed. So if I screen somebody, let's say with HPV in the morning, and I get the test back in an hour, because that's doable now. In fact, now there's a test, I can get the test back in 10 minutes. If I am able to say, okay, I've done the test, she's HPV positive, and now I've looked at her, whether it's with VIA or whether it's with a colposcope, and I'll share some slides about that in a minute. And I think I see a cancer. I know right now I have to refer her upstream to an oncologist or an advanced gynecologist who might be able to do a LEEP or a cold knife cone or even a hysterectomy. So this is where these linkages, not only for the treatment of precancer, but the treatment or the referral for a suspected cancer are important. So how can we improve the effectiveness of the single visit approach? Well, we must turn what I call explorations visits into solutions visits. And that sort of is in the previous slide or so, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Right now, the conventional approach to medicine is a patient comes to see us, and this is in the opportunistic setting, and in some cases in the camp setting as well, but a patient comes to see us, for an opportunistic exam, an annual exam or whatever, and I say, okay, your exam, and I don't think the examination these days is really worth very much, but okay, let's say I do an exam, and then I take a test, and I send that test to the lab, and I send the patient home. That means that visit has been all about exploration. Let's see what we can find. And then you'll come back to me. I'll find you maybe, and then you'll come back to me and we'll talk about next steps. But what we need to do with single visit approaches is turn these into solutions visits so that when the patient presents to me, I already know all the answers. I already know whether she's HPV positive or something like that. And some of the innovations that some of the previous speakers have talked about, such as self-sampling, remote from the camp even, but a health outreach worker collects the self-samples and brings them to the program. That allows me to be one step ahead of the game when it comes to the actual visit. So we turn these exploration visits into solutions visits. And I can now offer a solution to the problem because I already know what the answer to the screening test is. Now, many of the previous speakers have talked about this, and I'm just going to mention them briefly because my theory is do the tests you can do effectively and cost effectively. So to me, if you can do VIA, and VIA gets knocked a lot because people say it's too subjective or it's not sensitive enough. But, HPV actually has very low or relatively low specificity. If you make the HPV test too sensitive, then people will will be false positives, and then you will treat people that you don't really need to treat, which is also sometimes the case for VIA. The good news is that most of the time, and Dr. Priya and I were just discussing this a couple of weeks ago, most of the time when you have a false positive VIA, it turns out that the reason for the false positive is usually some kind of cervicitis, some kind of chronic cervical infection. Well, it turns out that cryotherapy or even thermal ablation, which I'll discuss in a minute, is a very good treatment for cervicitis and chronic cervical infection. So it's win-win, even if it's a false positive for VIA. If you sort of think of this as over-treatment for the VIA, it still works out to be okay for the cervicitis. With HPV, again, the problem has been the cost and the price. And do we have the machine available to us in the camp setting or in my clinic? And then it's the time to results, because if I have to send the HPV test off to a lab, I've just destroyed all the advantages of a single visit approach. So I agree with some of the previous speakers that for a variety of reasons, HPV testing is the modality that we will use for primary screening in the future, but it's going to take some fine tuning, especially in settings like India, Pakistan, some of the other countries that we've been talking about up till now. And if I look at HPV testing more closely, we can see that it's now approved as the primary screening approach in the UK and Australia. And there is one test that's now approved for this purpose in the USA. And there are lots, I mean, I'm telling you, a lot of other companies working towards getting their tests approved for this purpose. Still, it's somewhat laboratory intensive. And what we really are looking for is a point of care test where we can bring the patient in and get the tests immediately. Now, Dr. Alia, the previous speaker, was talking about the the CARE HPV test, but I have to tell you that the CARE HPV test is ancient history. That test it can't do enough tests in a short enough period of time. It's actually still too expensive. And now there is a test that we use all the time in developing countries called the Amplifier test. And that's a test that can run about 100 tests in an hour. And it costs about $1.50 to do every test. So this test is now being used in camp settings all over the place, and it's very effective. It's, it takes care of almost all the cocktail of high-risk HPVs. So this is getting closer, much closer to a point of care test. I want to say something about menstrual blood. This, for all of you who are out there, is the official emoji for menstruation or menstrual blood. You probably didn't know that there was an emoji for menstrual blood, but there is. And so what about menstrual blood? In the recent years, we developed a specialized pad. It's not expensive, which actually has a little strip inside the pad right here. So the woman just places the pad on her during her menstrual period. And when the pad gets soaked, you just remove this strip and you put it in a little mailing pouch or in just any kind of a container that comes with the kit. And you now have a specimen which can be used to analyze HPV or anything else. I mean, actually, we've used this pad now for almost anything you can name. It turns out that menstrual blood is, wait for it, blood. Who would have thunk it? So you can test for almost anything you want in menstrual blood. And in our tests, in our studies, when patients had high-grade disease, severe dysplasia, we had 100% sensitivity in comparison to a clinician-collected swab run by a standard machine. And we now have large studies going on in Thailand, in Hong Kong, and the Thai version of the FDA, the Thai regulatory authority, has already approved this approach to cervical cancer prevention and screening, but it's very effective and very acceptable to women. They actually prefer this. And this study was done at Stanford. You can see here, there were about 25% or so of patients who refused to be screened using a self-swab because they were concerned about doing this. And so they preferred to actually use the pad. 99% or something women, or 94% preferred the PAB to a clinician collected swab. And I mean, that's not rocket science. Who likes to get up on a table and be screened? Nobody. It's worse than going to the dentist for some people. So I think that this is one area where we can really improve. The other area has to do with the smart digital colposcope. And one of the previous speakers mentioned this. This is now the only colposcope we have at Stanford, for example, are one of these mobile digital colposcopes. And we now have a project where we take these and we go to Tijuana, Mexico, where there's a lot of refugees, and we use this all the time now. And the pictures you get are outstanding. And there's a artificial intelligence component to this, so that if I send the image to the cloud, then the artificial intelligence will actually tell me, here's the lesion. And this has been shown to have very good sensitivity as well. So for the inexpert colposcopist, or maybe a health outreach worker, they can now start to become colposcopists in terms of defining what needs to be done. I'll be done in just a second. So the thermal ablation that I mentioned a minute ago was also it's really useful. It's much better than cryotherapy. It takes about a minute to do the procedure. There's no gas involved. It just works on a standard battery. And so this is what now we're using instead of cryotherapy at Stanford. And in a lot of other places around the world are making tremendous use of this. So it's very, very useful, extremely portable. So I'm going to skip this slide, or maybe I'm just going to show you that even in the future, there are other really cheap treatments that we can use for cervical dysplasia that the patient could apply themselves, or that we can apply one time in the clinic. And here's my dream sequence, and this is not far from the future. There now exists a card test, just like a COVID test. It's an antigen test. And you swab the vagina, or you lavage it, you put the solution in the well here, and in about 10 minutes, you get an answer. And if this is the case, then for patients who are negative, we just repeat screening in 2 to 5 years. For those who are positive, then we may want to take a look at the cervix, whether with VAA or with a colposcope. And if they're positive and they meet our criteria, and by the way, with thermal ablation, the 75% rule that we created a number of years ago when I was working on this, we created that rule, doesn't exist anymore. You can treat any size lesion with thermal ablation because of the way it works. So I think there is a future here that we can make a single visit a reality, from what we sometimes call soup to nuts, from HPV testing all the way to treatment. This can be cost effective and it can be effective. So I think the paradigms are going to change. Molecular technologies will be increasingly important. Alternative sampling approaches such as self-swab, menstrual blood will replace conventional approaches, and computer-assisted colposcopic technologies will play an important role in these transitions. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to go a little bit over time. This is where I am right now in Santa Fe, New Mexico. It's about minus 10 degrees here this morning. So it's a little chilly, but this is where I am, and I very much appreciate your inviting me to this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paul. Indeed, a beautiful and a wonderful session where we have, you have shown all the methodologies which are available. Your menstrual pad, again, is really very challenging. I mean, it's very promising also. I mean, I do not know. In India, we haven't tried this, but of course, yes.
Actually, Dr. Priya, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I forgot to tell you that just a couple of days ago, a doctor from the Tata Institute or Tata Institution in Mumbai emailed me, and I didn't know of him. His name is Dr. Atul Budukh, B-U-D-U-K-H. He has actually done a number of menstrual blood studies in India to show the same kind of thing I just showed you, with high acceptability and high sensitivity and specificity. So I can put you in touch with him myself, if you like. But I was surprised to learn about this.
That's really, really very promising then. I mean, if
Yeah.
these studies have been done, and then we know that there is a lot of apprehension for people to get their HPV test done, and they aren't very ready to do their, screening as such for themselves, I think this should be a real dream come true. So thank you very much, Dr. Paul. In spite of this -10 chilly climate, you have joined us with a cup of tea in your hand, and thank you very much.
A pleasure.
And we'll be in touch. We'll be in
Thank you
touch.
very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye,
very much.
everybody.
Yes. So now we are coming to the flag end, and of course, it's now the time after we have heard from all the experts. The way forward, if you are, the way for, screening guidelines, how do you take it up? We have come to the end where if we do have cancers, we do have to know that what is the thing, how there are a lot of changes which has occurred from what we have been doing with the cancer. The other day I was with somebody and they are still practicing the same old FIGO classification. Now we have with us the new FIGO classification, which has been designed under the leadership of Dr. Nirja Bhatla, and she herself is there today with us. And who doesn't know Dr. Nirja? So she's been the pioneer in this session, and we are in oncology division, and I'll be sharing her CV with you all shortly. Yes, in spite of a busy schedule, Dr. Nirja has accepted to be with us. It itself is an honor to have Dr. Nirja with us. And she is a professor and HOD of AIIMS, New Delhi. And she is the Shobha S. Wenger Distinguished Professor of Gynecological Oncology. She has been the past chair of FIGO and FOGSI Gynae Oncology Committee. The GCPR, which you had just Dr. Shalini was talking about, was under her chairmanship that this GCPR came up. And also she's the Secretary General of IFCPC 2017 to 21. So Dr. Nirja, the whole, this thing is yours, dais is yours. We want to understand about the new FIGO 2018 classification of cervical cancer and treatment of invasive cervical cancer. Over to you, madam.
Thank you very much, Priya. Thank you for inviting me and for organizing this fantastic 3-day program. I think you are really quite a star at organizing programs. So this is a wonderful treat, I'm sure, for many people on Republic Day. I have to say it's a nice lot of people we have here. And I think I have to say that I was questioning Priya, what is the need for this talk in a preventive oncology session? But she said, no, it's good to know. And it is true that when we set out to do these screening programs, we will find some patients who have already got cancer, because we don't have systematic screening. So in fact, when we initially go into such areas, there may be a large number of patients. Hello, Dr. Lakshmi, it's good to see you. And this, I think, the first activity I'm attending under your chairmanship. So congratulations for a very great start. So I'm going to share my screen now. I recognize that we are a little bit behind time, only a little, and that's commendable for such a long program, that we are sticking with it. And I am going to speak about the FIGO staging guidelines. I'm a little hesitant to call it now the new staging, because it's 2018 October that we first came out with it. It's over 4 years old now. So, but it's also true what Priya said, that so many people still don't seem to have percolated this information. So I will talk about the updates and implications and what does it mean for the treatment as we go along. And I will try to stick to the time, recognizing the late hour, and you might see me skipping some of my slides as a result. So how does the staging system work is what we will look at, and what we have updated. And I actually have some case scenarios to understand the implications of it. So you will be interested to know that FIGO was actually the first organization that ever did cancer staging. And that is why we continue to use the FIGO staging, even though UICC and AJCC have come, because the first staging of cervical cancer and gynec cancers were where the stagings all began. So this has been started even before World War I and came out in 58. I'm not going to go into too much of that detail, but to understand why we have stagings, because we get to know the extent of disease, which is useful in planning treatment, predicting prognosis, evaluating treatment response, and guiding research as we all maintain the uniform practice. But it is important that it should be applicable in different resource settings. The skills required for staging must be achievable, and the investigations should be affordable and aid considerably in the management. So it should be simple, reliable, so that identical cases come to the same stage, practical, so that it's user-friendly and can be used in different environments. It should be valid, reflecting the full range of possibilities, non-ambiguous, flexible, and adaptable, and based on and updated according to the latest available evidence. And when we have a good staging system, the survival curves should show this differentiation as the stages advance, which it was there even in the previous staging. You can see here, the curves were differentiated. Yet there were limitations because it was not possible to accurately detect the tumor volume just by the clinical examination, to see the lower uterine segment involvement, the parametrial stromal invasion, the lymph node involvement also. Mainly, lymph nodes positive at surgery did not change the stage, though we knew it's a well-known prognostic factor and it was a frequent question for postgraduates. Inadequate pre-op assessment, what happened then? So if we found, for example, that the lymph node is positive, so this patient will end up getting radiation post-op. Now, this multimodal treatment has severe implications for morbidity, even though it may not show as a survival chart change. Also, it means that you are inappropriately using resources in already resource-constrained conditions. So with the significant improvements in imaging and MIS techniques that had happened, and mind you that this was before the LAC era, we started thinking about it. I had just become the chairperson of the FIGO Oncology Committee then, and this was the meeting we had under Dr. Bharti's leadership at FOGSI FIGO conference of Pune, where we started these deliberations. So we can see here the prognostic value of tumor size, well known, the prognostic value of nodal metastasis, well shown in meta-analysis by gynec oncology group, where when you have the para-aortic node involvement, the survival drastically dips, and also with the pelvic node involvement. It was also seen that the accuracy of clinical staging changed by the stage, overall a 24 to 39% error rate, and the early stages had more accuracy as compared to the later ones. With the use of imaging, the invasive procedures such as cystoscopy and proctoscopy were the first to get phased out. So routinely, these procedures were no longer done, which were not complicated, but which were uncomfortable for patients. But by identifying lesion volume and metastatic lymph nodes, I already mentioned that we had clear advantages. Now, finally, this revised staging came out. We presented it at the FIGO conference in 2018 and then published it. And there was, however, a corrigendum that was published. This is very important that everyone should know this, and they should refer to this one. So please take a pic if you like of this slide so that you use this. Of course, when you download the article, you automatically go to the corrigendum. The corrigendum was necessitated mainly because there were some issues of the AJCC and the UICC, which they did not voice. They were part of the committee. They did not voice them earlier, but later they said, no, we should have some micrometastasis should be considered important. And there was also a little dichotomy on the sizing more than equal to, less than equal to. So that was changed in this corrigendum. So broadly speaking, if you compare the 2009 FIGO classification with the 2018, what changed? So we'll just focus on the changes because the rest of the staging, I think you know well. So less than 7 millimeter width, which was the characteristic in stage 1A, this was removed. The horizontal spread was removed. I already mentioned to you that it is very important that we take all the available data which is published into account. And there was not enough data to show that there was a correlation between this parameter and survival. It was also a little bit difficult for pathologists to report routinely. It was decided to dispense with this. More importantly, what was done was to have 3 cutoffs in stage 1B, one at the level of 2. So the original 1B1 got divided into 1B1 and 1B2. The original 1B2 now became 1B3. And equally importantly is that we added a third category of 3C in stage 3, where there is pelvic and para-aortic lymph node involvement, as C1 for pelvic, C2 for para-aortic. But even more importantly, we allowed using information from imaging modalities and pathology to be taken into account. Any imaging modality could be used. There is no specific recommendation from FIGO because there are data supporting each one of them. Pelvic ultrasound, MRI, CT, PET-CT, PET-MRI, you can do anything. The very important thing is it should not lead to a delay in treatment. If getting this imaging done is going to delay the treatment, then please don't wait. Go ahead with your clinical, and that does still prevail in some areas of limited resources. If you have histological findings, these are the most important. Imaging modality findings can be overturned even by physical examination. Imaging says parametrum is involved. You don't think so on physical examination. You can well decide that you will not take that into account. You will go with clinical. But if the histopathology shows any finding, be it para, be it lymph node, be it anything, that supersedes all other findings. So now this is just a little bit more of detail on the same thing. And I will not necessarily go into each bit of the slide in interest of time. I'll just focus on the important things that we haven't spoken already. This 2 centimeter cutoff was based on data from fertility sparing oncology procedures, which had become quite popular in the last decade or two. Conization, radical tachectomy, etc., where it had been seen that there was a nearly 2-fold lower risk of cervical cancer deaths if the tumor size was less than 2 centimeters, and this was the basis. However, irrespective of anything else, if the positive lymph node was there, it would become a stage 3C. So these were some of the examples: Mary Plante's series from Canada, another series from Denmark, data from Korea. Many were there to show that this 2 centimeter cutoff would be a valid cutoff. In stage 2, there was really no change, except that now imaging could change your staging. Ovarian involvement does not impact the stage because simply there is too few of these cases, where ovaries are involved in less than 1% of cervical cancers. So there's not enough data to show the prognostic. And colposcopy can be used to assess involvement of the vagina as well. Now, one thing I have to say for the ovarian is that when we did a relook at data with Kailash Narayan, had done some work, and we found that when you have the ovarian involvement, you often have the lymph node involvement as well. And similarly, with the lower uterine segment involvement, you often have the lymph node involvement as well. So in any case, these cases are now moving to stage 3C. The other thing with stage 2 is, and what I mentioned, that you might not agree with the diagnosis of para because you find that you get spurious reports with both MRI and CT in the presence of infection, which is common, and when there is a large tumor size which is distending the vagina. And MRI is better, but still not 100% accurate. So if you find that it is seeming like an inflammatory thickening, you can well decide to go ahead with the surgical and ignore the MRI findings. However, if the pathology then says that it was involved, then that will be the final. So stage 3, we have spoken about the lymph node assessment. Now, in this situation, how do we decide whether an enlarged lymph node is involved or not? Well, one thing, of course, is the size. And there is a possibility that you can do an image-guided FNAC, though this is usually not attempted because of proximity of vessels. Also, there was a concept, and there still is practiced in many places, of doing a minimally invasive harvesting of the lymph nodes to see whether they are positive or not. In fact, I then discovered that in Sri Lanka, for example, it is the practice to even do an open, extended, para-aortic lymphadenectomy, because they will not give extended field radiation unless the lymph nodes are proven to be positive. They are very much concerned about the side effects of extended field radiation when it is focused on the vertebral region. This is what I was referring to with respect to the corrigendum. The isolated tumor cells, which means that there is less than 0.2 mm deposit, and the micrometastasis, which means from 0.2 to 2 mm. These signify low volume metastasis, and the implication is not clear. Initially, both of them were left out of the staging. In the corrigendum, only ITCs have been left out of the staging. Micrometastasis do change the staging to 3C. ITCs do not change the staging, but their presence should be recorded in interests of future publications and future staging changes. Also, now differentiating metastasis from infection is a problem, because areas with endemic HIV and TB, and we know that many of our areas which are and have high load of cervical cancer have these coexisting problems, and these may have enlarged nodes without metastasis, and there are no fixed criteria, so a lot really it depends on the clinician. Sentinel lymph nodes are not part of the recommendations presently, but if facilities exist, they can be done, but you have to have the facility for ultra staging and IHC to be able to do justice to this. So the stage 4, really, there is not much of amendments. The loss of flat planes with the bladder is a dubious finding, and it is difficult on this basis. So in these cases, it's always better to go ahead with the cystoscopy and see. Now this revised staging, because it now gave a lot of importance to the radiation as well, radio diagnosis as well, it had impact on the entire multidisciplinary team, the gynecs, the gynec oncologist, pathologist, radiologist, radiation oncologist, the whole lot. And a lot of publications came out, as is quite the norm actually after every FIGO staging revision, that people will assess their data retrospectively. And it was seen that more than 55% of the retrospectively analyzed patients may go to a different stage. For tumor size alone would change it by 23%, the lymph node involvement by nearly a third. But definitely you had more granularity, more accurate prognostics. I just have a few cases that I would like to discuss, that how they can affect the staging. For example, here you have the case of a 35-year-old primate who presents with postcoital bleeding and a 3x2 centimeter cervical growth. The biopsy shows an adenocarcinoma of the cervix. What would you do next? Would you do imaging? Which one and why? What would you call this a stage? We don't have a polling system, so if somebody wishes to put it in the chat box, they can. Would it be 1B1 or 1B2? And are the 3 substages validated? So I will say that what we found is that there's an improved discriminatory ability for stage 1B. Stage 1B2 was associated with a 2-fold increased risk of cervical cancer mortality than stage 1B1. And stage 1B3 disease was associated with a 4-fold increased risk of cervical cancer mortality. And stage 1B3 disease also had a significant association with decreased cause-specific survival compared to stage 1B2. So far, so good, and it looks like this system is working, and the 3 substages are separating the curves. Now, the addition of stage 3C also shows you that it is independently associated with improved cause-specific survival compared to stage 3A or stage 3B disease. The 3C1 survival is actually better than the stage 3A and 3B. And always we are used to thinking that as you go down A, B, C, it's going to get worse. But that is not what it was turning out in this retrospective analysis by Matsuo. Similarly, there were others who have done their analysis also and found that these may not necessarily be the case. So what we have to do now is to see further as we go along the way that what is the situation like, because there is an influence of the tumor size as well. A large tumor size, even in the absence of lymph nodes, has a worse survival than a pelvic lymph node involvement alone. So as now we go along and we have more data accrued, the next staging revision will have to take these into account and see how we are going to go further with it. And to that extent, it is very important that all of us should collate and publish our data so that it is taken in account when the staging is done. Here's another case we had of a 38-year-old P2 who is presenting with adenocarcinoma, postcoital bleeding and dirty discharge, 2 by 2 centimeter growth, bilateral para free. So now what will you do next is the question, will you do a slide review, a repeat biopsy or an imaging? A slide review showed that it is a cervical adenocarcinoma. In this case, a contrast enhanced MRI was done. It showed that there is a 3 by 3 centimeter mass, but the stromal ring is disrupted on the left side. There are no nodes seen. Now what do we do? How do we change the staging? Is it still 1B1 or should we now call it 2B or do some other imaging? If we call it 2B, are we happy to do surgery or are we to do radiotherapy? But the point is that an early stage 2B, yes, we can do surgery. So if that is how she prefers it, and many patients do prefer that we want to have the tumor out, we don't want it inside and merely radiated. Now, when she did have the radical hysterectomy done, the final report says there's a 3 by 2.8 centimeter infiltrative growth. It's infiltrating 2/3. The para are free, the vaginal cuff is free, there's no lymph node involvement at all, and it's an adenocarcinoma. So now if it was a stage 1B1 clinically, a stage 2B radiologically, and it's a 1B2 on pathology. So what is the final diagnosis going to be? As I said before, the pathological diagnosis overrides everything else, and we get a more accurate assessment here, most accurate assessment, I should say, from the pathology. So this is the important thing, that if there's a discrepancy, in the absence of pathological, usually we base it on radiology. In some cases, as I said, for para, etc., we may not. But if path is there, that is the final. So when not to do imaging? Well, if the imaging facility is not available, and I reiterate, it should not result in delay of treatment. So we've had a lot of retrospective analysis on the impact on prognosis, and I'm not going to really go into the details of that now. One more case scenario, a 3 by 3 centimeter cauliflower mass and a left external iliac lymph node seen in the obturator area, necrotic subcentimetric stage 3C1, it was considered to be. And there's another patient, and she is 6 by 7 centimeter mass and an enlarged common iliac lymph node. Technically, both of them are stage 3C1. Whether it is 3 by 3 or 6 by 7, because there is a node in each case, now the size is not mattering. She's gone to 3C1. and both of them received radical chemoradiation. And the question comes, are they same or are they different? So they may not look the same, but then as we said, this is a heterogeneous group. And you can see here the differentiation when you look at the same 3C1 based on the small tumor T1, T2, T3, and you can see that the survival does depend upon the node size as well. So these are the things that remain to be answered. Here's another case, a 63-year-old para 5. I will just be finishing very soon. And para 5, and she has postmenopausal bleeding, and she has a foul-smelling discharge. She has a 5-centimeter growth, bilateral para thickened, non-keratinizing squamous cell. So again, the same question, what should we do? And you know, with the rural setup, if you have a transvaginal also, it's a great thing if you can access that. And you can see in that you can, with experience, even the transvaginal will give you a good information. And this is the main message here. And this has been validated in various studies from Europe also, that the TVS can compare well with the MRI for imaging of cervical cancer. In fact, the sensitivity to detect tumor and para was comparable or even superior in some studies to the MRI. And the other option is of the transrectal ultrasound also, in case there's a big growth and it is bleeding. So you can also get to see hydro or pyometra, the stromal invasion, extension to uterine corpus, hydronephrosis, abdominal mets, by combining this with a transabdominal ultrasound. But the lymph node involvement sometimes may not be seen well because of the limited field of view. Of course, a lot in ultrasound is operator dependent, and it's hard to estimate also the rectal infiltration, etc. And if you have the bleeding because of the TVS and she's bleeding, then what do you do? So that is where the transrectal ultrasound comes in handy. And this is, I think, the last case where there was a radical hysterectomy for stage 1B, 1R. And in this case, there was a final histopath showed a 2x1 centimeter growth, right obturator node had ITC, left external iliac had micromets. So now this becomes a stage 3 by the definition now that is being followed by the corrigendum. And so this becomes a case for adjuvant treatment. So as a take home, there are several merits to the FIGO 2018, including tumor size and lymph node based categorization, incorporation of imaging and pathology. Therefore, the revised staging system requires meticulous and uniform assessment and reporting, not only by clinicians, also by pathologists and radiologists. It provides a better distinction within stages and reflects survival outcome more accurately than the previous staging system, with poorer outcome as the stage advances. With the rider that we still, it's always work in progress with staging. So thank you all. I'm ending with these few pictures of our meeting when we finalized the staging. And thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nirja Madam. Always a treat to listen to you. And of course, you now can understand why I was stressing that you should be taking this topic. It is a need of the hour that people, gynecologists, do understand the importance of staging. It is not just by hearting and putting up into your theory part, but actually taking it up on the practical basis. So thank you very much to join, and truly I appreciate that you could come even in spite of your so much of practice. I mean, I know you were doing some shooting and it was this thing. Thank you very much to adjust the time for us. And now I request the chairperson for this 4 talks, Dr. Alka Pandey Madam, to conclude with this with your remarks. And then we have this post-test, not test, I do not want to call it as a test, but yeah, the post-topic evaluation. Let's see. So there, Dr. Mala will take it over from there. So Dr. Alka Pandey ji, we want to hear from you. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Priya. And I start with Dr. Sundari Devi's lecture. And first, a very big congratulations to her for covering so many districts with screening programs. And what I felt that she is doing awareness of health workers and doing pap smears. And what is needed is a dedicated team and cooperation with the government. And we, along with cervical cancer, breast also has to be examined. And one thing was very remarkable about that, door to door. They have visited door to door to all the families and to bring out patients to the camp. This is very remarkable thing which she has done. Really, congratulations, madam.
Thank you,
And I
ma'am.
will like to do the same in Bihar.
Thank
Then I come to Dr. Alia Begum's lecture. What she has suggested is that VIA is important if in low income countries. And one thing more she had said about rapid HPV screening, but that is probably not possible in our setup. So in our setup, what she has said that VIA has 99% negative predictive value, and that is important. And HPV also can be done, but it is very expensive. And Dr. Paul, really his lecture was fantastic. What he showed that maternal mortality is going down, cervical cancer deaths are increasing, and testing must be linked to treatment, and the exploration visit must be turned into solution visits. And what he suggests was PAP, speculum examination, VIA, and HPV. And this QPAD collection of menstrual blood, this is fantastic something, and we will also like to try it. Then digital colposcopes and computer aided colposcopes, and treatment at the same time with thermal ablation. Really a very, very important and very good thing. Now about Dr. Nirja, she talked about the staging and the changes that have been made in stage 1. Less than 7 mm and horizontal spread was removed. And the main focus is on histopathology. Clinical examination is better than imaging. TVS compares very well with MRI, and tumor size and lymph node sizes are also very important. So keeping this in mind, thank you so much.
And there has been a thank you very much, Dr. Alka Pandey, madam. There have been many congratulations messages on the chat box. I can't sit and read everything because of the time lag. Now we come to the end of this thing, but now is the main thing. So after hearing so much and so many of you all putting comments on there, now we come to our Malaji. Kindly go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Jignesh, you have to share the Google form again so that our participants can do the post test.
And a whooping number of 1149 have got registered.
Great. That's congratulations to you.
That's good, Dr. Lakshmi, madam. See, your first thing has been a super bumper hit. Excellent. Yes, so now we go with
Mr. Jignesh, please take over. Did you share the link on
Link has
chat
been
box?
shared.
10 minute का समय है जिग्नेशन, लिंक बंद कर
Yes, ma'am.
Great. He has displayed the timer as well.
Link is invalid.
No, link is not invalid.
It's a message has come on the chat box.
No, it is working.
No, ma'am, it is working, ma'am.
It is working.
Problem, no, if they don't have Gmail, it will be difficult. So you have to again tell them that you have to copy the link in the Google.
You can copy and paste it in your Google. Otherwise, it is very simple. Just click here and it opens.